Chapter 9, Part 2 of Bel Ami, or the History of a Scoundrel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Bel Ami, or the History of a Scoundrel, by Guy de Maupassant. Translator unknown. Chapter 9. Marriage, Part 2. The 10th of May arrived. Thinking a religious ceremony unnecessary, as they had issued no invitations, the couple were married at a magistrate's and took the 6 o'clock train for Normandy. As the train glided along, Duroy, sitting in front of his wife, took her hand, kissed it, and said: "When we return, we will dine at Chatou sometimes." She murmured: "We shall have a great many things to do," in a tone which seemed to say, "We must sacrifice pleasure to duty." He retained her hand, wondering anxiously how he could manage to caress her. He pressed her hand slightly, but she did not respond to the pressure. He said: "It seems strange that you should be my wife." She appeared surprised. "Why?" "I do not know. It seems droll. I want to embrace you, and I am surprised that I have the right." She calmly offered him her cheek, which he kissed as he would have kissed his sister's. He continued: "The first time I saw you, you remember, at that dinner to which I was invited at Forestier's, I thought, sacristi, if I could only find a wife like that. And now I have one." She glanced at him with smiling eyes. He said to himself: "I am too cold, I am stupid. I should make more advances." And he asked: "How did you make Forestier's acquaintance?" She replied with provoking archness: "Are we going to Rouen to talk of him?" He colored. "I am a fool. You intimidate me." She was delighted. "I? Impossible." He seated himself beside her. She exclaimed: "Ah, a stag!" The train was passing through the forest of Saint Germain, and she had seen a frightened deer clear an alley at a bound. As she gazed out of the open window, Duroy, bending over her, pressed a kiss upon her neck. For several moments she remained motionless. Then raising her head, she said: "You tickle me, stop." But he did not obey her. She repeated: "Stop, I say." He seized her head with his right hand, turned it toward him, and pressed his lips to hers. She struggled, pushed him away, and repeated: "Stop." He did not heed her. With an effort she freed herself, and rising, said: "Georges, have done. We are not children. We shall soon reach Rouen." "Very well," said he gaily, "I will wait." Reseating herself near him, she talked of what they would do on their return. They would keep the apartments in which she had lived with her first husband, and Duroy would receive Forestier's position on La Vie Francaise. In the meantime, forgetting her injunctions and his promise, he slipped his arm around her waist, pressed her to him, and murmured: "I love you dearly, my little Made." The gentleness of his tone moved the young woman, and leaning toward him, she offered him her lips. As she did so, a whistle announced the proximity of the station. Pushing back some stray locks upon her temples, she exclaimed: "We are foolish." He kissed her hands feverishly and replied: "I adore you, my little Mad." On reaching Rouen, they repaired to a hotel where they spent the night. The following morning, when they had drunk the tea placed upon the table in their room, Duroy clasped his wife in his arms and said: "My little Mad, I feel that I love you very, very much." She smiled trustfully and murmured as she returned his kisses: "I love you too, a little." The visit to his parents worried Georges, although he had prepared his wife. He began again: "You know they are peasants, real, not sham comic opera peasants." She smiled: "I know it, you have told me often enough. We shall be very uncomfortable. There is only a straw bed in my room. They do not know what hair mattresses are at Canteleu." She seemed delighted. "So much the better. It would be charming to sleep badly when near you, and to be awakened by the crowing of the cocks." He walked toward the window and lighted a cigarette. The sight of the harbor, of the river filled with ships, moved him, and he exclaimed: "Egad, but that is fine!" Madeleine joined him, and placing both of her hands on her husband's shoulder, cried: "Oh, how beautiful! I did not know that there were so many ships." An hour later they departed in order to breakfast with the old couple, who had been informed several days before of their intended arrival. Both Duroy and his wife were charmed with the beauties of the landscape presented to their view, and the cabman halted in order to allow them to get a better idea of the panorama before them. As he whipped up his horse, Duroy saw an old couple, not 100 meters off, approaching, and he leaped from the carriage, crying: "Here they are! I know them." The man was short, corpulent, florid, and vigorous, notwithstanding his age. The woman was tall, thin, and melancholy, with stooping shoulders, a woman who had worked from childhood, who had never laughed nor jested. Madeleine too alighted and watched the couple advance, with a contraction of her heart she had not anticipated. They did not recognize their son in that fine gentleman, and they would never have taken that handsome lady for their daughter in law. They walked along, past the child they were expecting, without glancing at the city folks. Georges cried with a laugh: "Good day, Father Duroy." Both the old man and his wife were struck dumb with astonishment. The latter recovered her self possession first, and asked: "Is it you, son?" The young man replied: "Yes, it is I, Mother Duroy," and approaching her, he kissed her upon both cheeks and said: "This is my wife." The two rustics stared at Madeleine as if she were a curiosity, with anxious fear, combined with a sort of satisfied approbation on the part of the father, and of jealous enmity on that of the mother. M. Duroy senior, who was naturally jocose, made so bold as to ask with a twinkle in his eye: "May I kiss you too?" His son uttered an exclamation, and Madeleine offered her cheek to the old peasant, who afterwards wiped his lips with the back of his hand. The old woman, in her turn, kissed her daughter-in-law with hostile reserve. Her ideal was a stout, rosy country lass, as red as an apple and as round. The carriage preceded them with the luggage. The old man took his son's arm and asked him: "How are you getting on?" "Very well." "That is right. Tell me, has your wife any means?" George replied: 40,000 francs. His father whistled softly and muttered: "Phew!" Then he added: "She is a handsome woman." He admired his son's wife, and in his day had considered himself a connoisseur. Madeleine and the mother walked side by side in silence. The two men joined them. They soon reached the village, at the entrance to which stood M. Duroy's tavern. A pine board fastened over the door indicated that thirsty people might enter. The table was laid. A neighbor who had come to assist made a low curtsy on seeing so beautiful a lady appear. Then recognizing Georges, she cried: "Oh Lord, is it you?" He replied merrily: "Yes, it is I, Mother Brulin." And he kissed her as he had kissed his father and mother. Then he turned to his wife. "Come into our room," said he. "You can lay aside your hat." They passed through a door to the right and entered a room paved with brick, with whitewashed walls, and a bed with cotton hangings. A crucifix above a holy water basin and two colored prints representing Paul and Virginia beneath a blue palm tree, and Napoleon I on a yellow horse, were the only ornaments in that neat but bare room. When they were alone, Georges embraced Madeleine. "Good morning, Mad. I am glad to see the old people once more. When one is in Paris, one does not think of this place, but when one returns, one enjoys it just the same." At that moment his father cried, knocking on the partition with his fist: "Come, the soup is ready." They re entered the large public room and took their seats at the table. The meal was a long one, served in a truly rustic fashion. Father Duroy, enlivened by the cider and several glasses of wine, related many anecdotes, while Georges, to whom they were all familiar, laughed at them. Mother Duroy did not speak, but sat at the board grim and austere, glancing at her daughter-in-law with hatred in her heart. Madeleine did not speak, nor did she eat. She was depressed. Wherefore? She had wished to come. She knew that she was coming to a simple home. She had formed no poetical ideas of those peasants, but she had perhaps expected to find them somewhat more polished, refined. She recalled her own mother, of whom she never spoke to anyone, a governess who had been betrayed and who had died of grief and shame when Madeleine was 12 years old. A stranger had had the little girl educated. Her father, without doubt. Who was he? She did not know positively, but she had vague suspicions. The meal was not yet over when customers entered, shook hands with M. Duroy, exclaimed on seeing his son, and seating themselves at the wooden tables, began to drink, smoke, and play dominoes. The smoke from the clay pipes and penny cigars filled the room. Madeleine choked and asked: "Can we go out? I cannot remain here any longer." Old Duroy grumbled at being disturbed. Madeleine rose and placed her chair at the door, in order to wait until her father in law and his wife had finished their coffee and wine. Georges soon joined her. "Would you like to stroll down to the Seine?" Joyfully she cried, "Yes!" They descended the hillside, hired a boat at Croisset, and spent the remainder of the afternoon beneath the willows in the soft, warm spring air, and rocked gently by the rippling waves of the river. They returned at nightfall. The evening repast by candlelight was more painful to Madeleine than that of the morning. Neither Father Duroy nor his wife spoke. When the meal was over, Madeleine drew her husband outside in order not to have to remain in that room, the atmosphere of which was heavy with smoke and the fumes of liquor. When they were alone, he said: "You are already weary." She attempted to protest. He interrupted her. "I have seen it. If you wish, we will leave to morrow." She whispered: "I should like to go." They walked along and entered a narrow path among high trees, hedged in on either side by impenetrable brushwood. She asked: "Where are we?" He replied: "In the forest, one of the largest in France." Madeleine, on raising her head, could see the stars between the branches and hear the rustling of the leaves. She felt strangely nervous. Why, she could not tell. She seemed to be lost, surrounded by perils, abandoned, alone, beneath that vast vaulted sky. She murmured: "I am afraid. I should like to return." "Very well, we will." On their return they found the old people in bed. The next morning Madeleine rose early and was ready to leave at daybreak. When Georges told his parents that they were going to return home, they guessed whose wish it was. His father asked simply: "Shall I see you soon again?" "Yes, in the summer time." "Very well." His mother grumbled: "I hope you will not regret what you have done." Georges gave them 200 francs to appease them, and the cab arriving at 10 o'clock, the couple kissed the old peasants and set out. As they were descending the side of the hill, Duroy laughed. "You see," said he, "I warned you. I should, however, not have presented you to Monsieur and Madame Duroy de Cantel, senior." She laughed too, and replied: "I am charmed now. They are nice people whom I am beginning to like very much. I shall send them confections from Paris." Then she murmured: "Duroy de Cantel. We will say that we spent a week at your parents' estate." And drawing near him, she kissed him, saying: "Good morning, Georges." He replied: "Good morning, Madeleine," as he slipped his arm around her waist. End of chapter 9. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Chapter 10 of Bel Ami, or the History of a Scoundrel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Bel Ami, or the History of a Scoundrel, by Guy de Maupassant. Translator unknown. Chapter 10. Jealousy. The Duroys had been in Paris 2 days, and the journalist had resumed work. He had given up his own especial province to assume that of forestier, and to devote himself entirely to politics. On this particular evening he turned his steps toward home with a light heart. As he passed a florist's on Rue Notre Dame de Lorette, he bought a bouquet of half-open roses for Madeleine. Having forgotten his key, on arriving at his door, he rang, and the servant answered his summons. Georges asked: "Is Madame at home?" "Yes, sir." In the dining room he paused in astonishment to see covers laid for 3. The door of the salon being ajar, he saw Madeleine arranging in a vase on the mantelpiece a bunch of roses similar to his. He entered the room and asked: "Have you invited anyone to dinner?" She replied without turning her head, and continuing the arrangement of her flowers. "Yes and no. It is my old friend, Count de Vaudrec, who is in the habit of dining here every Monday, and who will come now as he always has." Georges murmured: "Very well." He stopped behind her, the bouquet in his hand, the desire strong within him to conceal it, to throw it away. However, he said: "Here, I have brought you some roses." She turned to him with a smile and said: "Ah, how thoughtful of you!" And she kissed him with such evident affection that he felt consoled. She took the flowers, inhaled their perfume, and put them in an empty vase. Then she said, as she noted the effect: "Now I am satisfied. My mantelpiece looks pretty," adding with an air of conviction: "Vaudrec is charming. You will become intimate with him at once." A ring announced the Count. He entered as if he were at home. After gallantly kissing Mme. Duroy's hand, he turned to her husband and cordially offered his hand, saying: "How are you, my dear Duroy?" He had no longer that haughty air, but was very affable. One would have thought in the course of 5 minutes that the 2 men had known one another for 10 years. Madeleine, whose face was radiant, said: "I will leave you together. I have work to superintend in the kitchen." The dinner was excellent, and the Count remained very late. When he was gone, Madeleine said to her husband: "Is he not nice? He improves too on acquaintance. He is a good, true, faithful friend. Ah, without him—" She did not complete her sentence, and Georges replied: "Yes, he is very pleasant. I think we shall understand each other well." "You do not know," she said, "that we have work to do to night before retiring. I did not have time to tell you before dinner, for Vaudrec came. Laroche Mathieu brought me some important news of Morocco. We must make a fine article of that. Let us set to work at once. Come, take the lamp." He carried the lamp and they entered the study. Madeleine leaned against the mantelpiece, and having lighted a cigarette, told him the news and gave him her plan of the article. He listened attentively, making notes as she spoke, and when she had finished, he raised objections, took up the question, and in his turn developed another plan. His wife ceased smoking, for her interest was aroused in following Georges's line of thought. From time to time she murmured: "Yes, yes, very good, excellent, very forcible." And when he had finished speaking, she said: "Now let us write." It was always difficult for him to make a beginning, and she would lean over his shoulder and whisper the phrases in his ear. Then he would add a few lines. When their article was completed, Georges reread it. Both he and Madeleine pronounced it admirable, and kissed one another with passionate admiration. The article appeared with the signature of G. du Roy de Cantel, and made a great sensation. M. Walter congratulated the author, who soon became celebrated in political circles. His wife, too, surprised him by the ingenuousness of her mind, the cleverness of her wit, and the number of her acquaintances. At almost any time upon returning home, he found in his salon a senator, a deputy, a magistrate, or a general, who treated Madeleine with grave familiarity. Deputy Laroche Mathieu, who dined at Rue Fontaine every Tuesday, was one of the largest stockholders of M. Walter's paper, and the latter's colleague and associate in many business transactions. Duroy hoped, later on, that some of the benefits promised by him to Forestier might fall to his share. They would be given to Madeleine's new husband, that was all, nothing was changed. Even his associates sometimes called him Forestier, and it made Duroy furious at the dead. He grew to hate the very name; it was to him almost an insult. Even at home the obsession continued. The entire house reminded him of Charles. One evening, Duroy, who liked sweetmeats, asked: "Why do we never have sweets?" His wife replied pleasantly: "I never think of it, because Charles disliked them." He interrupted her with an impatient gesture. "Do you know, I'm getting tired of Charles. It is Charles here, Charles there. Charles liked this, Charles liked that. Since Charles is dead, let him rest in peace." Madeleine ascribed her husband's burst of ill humor to puerile jealousy, but she was flattered and did not reply. On retiring, haunted by the same thought, he asked: "Did Charles wear a cotton nightcap to keep the draught out of his ears?" She replied pleasantly: "No, a lace one." Georges shrugged his shoulders and said scornfully: "What a bird!" From that time Georges never called Charles anything but "Poor Charles," with an accent of infinite pity. One evening, as Duroy was smoking a cigarette at his window, toward the end of June, the heat awoke in him a desire for fresh air. He asked: "My little Mad, would you like to go as far as the Bois?" "Yes, certainly." They took an open carriage and drove to the Avenue du Bois de Boulogne. It was a sultry evening. A host of cabs lined the drive, one behind another. When the carriage containing Georges and Madeleine reached the turning which led to the fortifications, they kissed one another, and Madeleine stammered in confusion: "We are as childish as we were at Rouen." The road they followed was not so much frequented. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves of the trees. The sky was studded with brilliant stars, and Georges murmured as he pressed his wife to his breast: "Oh, my little Made!" She said to him: "Do you remember how gloomy the forest at Canteleu was? It seemed to me that it was full of horrible beasts and that it was interminable, while here it is charming. One can feel the caressing breezes, and I know that Sevres is on the other side." He replied: "In our forests there are nothing but stags, foxes, roebucks, and boars, with here and there a forester's house." He paused for a moment and then asked: "Did you come here in the evening with Charles occasionally?" She replied: "Frequently." He felt a desire to return home at once. Forestier's image haunted him, however. He could think of nothing else. The carriage rolled on toward the Arc de Triomphe and joined the stream of carriages returning home. As Georges remained silent, his wife, who divined his thoughts, asked in her soft voice: "Of what are you thinking? For half an hour you have not uttered a word." He replied with a sneer: "I am thinking of all those fools who kiss one another, and I believe truly that there is something else to be done in life." She whispered: "Yes, but it is nice sometimes. It is nice when one has nothing better to do." Georges's thoughts were busy with the dead. He said to himself angrily: "I am foolish to worry, to torment myself as I have done." After remonstrating thus with himself, he felt more reconciled to the thought of Forestier, and felt like exclaiming: "Good evening, old fellow." Madeleine, who was bored by his silence, asked: "Shall we go to Tortoni's for ices before returning home?" He glanced at her from his corner and thought: "She is pretty. So much the better. Tit for tat, my comrade. But if they begin again to annoy me with you, it will get somewhat hot at the North Pole." Then he replied: "Certainly, my darling." And before she had time to think, he kissed her. It seemed to Madeleine that her husband's lips were icy. However, he smiled as usual and gave her his hand to assist her to alight at the cafe. End of chapter 10. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Chapter 11, Part 1 of Bel-Ami, or the History of a Scoundrel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Bel-Ami, or the History of a Scoundrel, by Guy de Maupassant. Translator unknown. Chapter 11. Madame Walter takes a hand. Part 1. On entering the office the following day, Duroy sought Boisrenard and told him to warn his associates not to continue the farce of calling him Forestier, or there would be war. When Duroy returned an hour later, no one called him by that name. From the office he proceeded to his home, and hearing the sound of ladies' voices in the drawing room, he asked the servant: "Who is here?" Madame Walter and Madame de Marelle, was the reply. His heart pulsated violently as he opened the door. Clotilde was seated by the fireplace. It seemed to Georges that she turned pale on perceiving him. Having greeted Madame Walter and her two daughters, seated like sentinels beside her, he turned to his former mistress. She extended her hand. He took and pressed it as if to say, "I love you still." She returned the pressure. He said, "Have you been well since we last met?" "Yes, have you, Bel Ami?" And turning to Madeleine, she added, "Will you permit me to call him Bel Ami?" "Certainly, my dear, I will permit you anything you wish." A shade of irony lurked beneath those words, uttered so pleasantly. Madame Walter mentioned a fencing match to be given at Jacques Rival's apartments, the proceeds to be devoted to charities, and in which many society ladies were going to assist. She said: "It will be very entertaining, but I am in despair, for we have no one to escort us, my husband having an engagement." Duroy offered his services at once. She accepted, saying: "My daughters and I shall be very grateful." He glanced at the younger of the two girls and thought, "Little Suzanne is not at all bad, not at all." She resembled a doll, being very small and dainty, with a well proportioned form, a pretty, delicate face, blue gray eyes, a fair skin, and curly flaxen hair. Her elder sister, Rose, was plain, one of those girls to whom no attention is ever paid. Her mother rose and turning to Georges said: "I shall count on you next Thursday at 2:00." He replied: "Count upon me, madame." When the door closed upon Madame Walter, Madame de Marelle in her turn rose. "Au revoir, Bel Ami." This time she pressed his hand, and he was moved by that silent avowal. "I will go to see her to morrow," thought he. Left alone with his wife, she laughed, and looking into his eyes, said: "Madame Walter has taken a fancy to you." He replied incredulously: "Nonsense." "But I know it. She spoke of you to me with great enthusiasm. She said she would like to find two husbands like you for her daughters. Fortunately, she is not susceptible herself." He did not understand her and repeated: "Susceptible herself?" She replied in a tone of conviction: "Oh, Madame Walter is irreproachable. Her husband you know as well as I, but she is different. Still she has suffered a great deal in having married a Jew, though she has been true to him. She is a virtuous woman." Duroy was surprised. "I thought her a Jewess." "She a Jewess? No, indeed. She is the prime mover in all the charitable movements at the Madeleine. She was even married by a priest. I am not sure but that Monsieur Walter went through the form of baptism." Georges murmured: "And she likes me." "Yes. If you were not married, I should advise you to ask for the hand of Suzanne. Would you not prefer her to Rose?" He replied as he twisted his moustache: "Oh, the mother is not so bad." Madeleine replied: "I am not afraid of her. At her age one does not begin to make conquests. One should commence sooner." Georges thought: "If I might have had Suzanne! Ah!" Then he shrugged his shoulders. "Bah, it is absurd. Her father would not have consented." He determined to treat Mme. Walter very considerately, in order to retain her regard. All that evening he was haunted by recollections of his love for Clotilde. He recalled their escapades, her kindness. He repeated to himself: "She is indeed nice. Yes, I shall call upon her to morrow." When he had lunched the following morning, he repaired to Rue Verneuil. The same maid opened the door, and with the familiarity of an old servant, she asked: "Is Monsieur well?" He replied: "Yes, my child," and entered the drawing room, in which some one was practicing scales. It was Laurine. He expected she would fall upon his neck. She, however, rose ceremoniously, bowed coldly, and left the room with dignity. Her manner was so much like that of an outraged woman that he was amazed. Her mother entered. He kissed her hand. "How much I have thought of you," said he. "And I of you," she replied. They seated themselves and smiled as they gazed into one another's eyes. "My dear little Clo, I love you." "And I love you." Still you did not miss me." "Yes and no. I was grieved, but when I heard your reason, I said to myself, 'Bah, he will return to me some day.' I dared not come. I did not know how I should be received. I dared not, but I longed to come. Now, tell me what ails Laurine. She scarcely bade me good morning and left the room with an angry air." "I do not know, but one cannot mention you to her since your marriage. I really believe she is jealous." "Nonsense." "Yes, my dear, she no longer calls you Bel Ami, but Monsieur Forestier instead." Duroy colored. Then drawing nearer the young woman, he said: "Kiss me." She obeyed him. "Where can we meet again?" he asked. "At Rue de Constantinople." "Ah, are the apartments not rented?" "No, I kept them." "You did?" "Yes, I thought you would return." His heart bounded joyfully. She loved him then with a lasting love. He whispered: "I adore you." Then he asked: "Is your husband well?" "Yes, very well. He has just been home for a month. He went away the day before yesterday." Duroy could not suppress a smile. "How opportunely that always happens." She replied naively: "Yes, it happens opportunely, but he is not in the way when he is here, is he?" "That is true. He is a charming man." "How do you like your new life?" "Tolerably. My wife is a comrade, an associate, nothing more. As for my heart..." "I understand, but she is good." "Yes, she does not trouble me." He drew near Clotilde and murmured: "When shall we meet again?" "To morrow, if you will." "Yes, to morrow at 2 o'clock." He rose to take his leave, somewhat embarrassed. "You know I intend to take back the rooms on Rue de Constantinople myself. I wish to. It is not necessary for you to pay for them." She kissed his hands, saying: "You may do as you like. I am satisfied to have kept them until we met again." And Duroy took his leave, very well satisfied. When Thursday came, he asked Madeleine: "Are you going to the fencing match at Rival's?" "No, I do not care about it. I will go to the Chamber of Deputies." Georges called for Mme. Walter in an open carriage, for the weather was delightful. He was surprised to find her looking so handsome and so young. Never had she appeared so fresh. Her daughter Suzanne was dressed in pink. Her sister looked like her governess. At Rival's door was a long line of carriages. Duroy offered his arm to Mme. Walter and they entered. The entertainment was for the benefit of the orphans of the 6th Ward, under the patronage of all the wives of the senators and deputies who were connected with La Vie Francaise. Jacques Rival received the arrivals at the entrance to his apartments. Then he pointed to a small staircase which led to the cellar, in which were his shooting gallery and fencing room, saying: "Downstairs, ladies, downstairs. The match will take place in the subterranean apartments." Pressing Duroy's hand, he said: "Good evening, Bel Ami." Duroy was surprised. "Who told you about that name?" Rival replied: "Mme. Walter, who thinks it is very pretty." Mme. Walter blushed. "Yes, I confess that if I knew you better, I should do as little Laurine, and I should call you Bel Ami too. It suits you admirably." Duroy laughed. "I beg you to do so, madame." She cast down her eyes. "No, we are not well enough acquainted." He murmured: "Permit me to hope that we shall become so." "Well, we shall see," said she. End of Chapter 11, Part 1. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Chapter 11, Part 2 of Bel Ami, or the History of a Scoundrel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Bel Ami, or the History of a Scoundrel, by Guy de Maupassant. Translator unknown. Chapter 11. Mme. Walter takes a hand. Part 2. They descended the stairs and entered a large room, which was lighted by Venetian lanterns and decorated with festoons of gauze. Nearly all the benches were filled with ladies, who were chatting as if they were at a theatre. Mme. Walter and her daughters reached their seats in the front row. Duroy, having obtained their places for them, whispered: "I shall be obliged to leave you. Men cannot occupy the seats." Mme. Walter replied hesitatingly: I should like to keep you just the same. You could tell me the names of the participants. See, if you stand at the end of the seat, you will not annoy anyone." She raised her large, soft eyes to his and insisted: "Come, stay with us, bel ami, we need you." He replied: "I obey with pleasure, madame." Suddenly Jacques Rival's voice announced: "We will begin, ladies." Then followed the fencing match. Duroy retained his place beside the ladies, and gave them all the necessary information. When the entertainment was over and all expenses were paid, 220 francs remained for the orphans of the Sixth Ward. Duroy, escorting the Walters, awaited his carriage. When seated face to face with Mme. Walter, he met her troubled but caressing glance. "Egad, I believe she is affected," thought he, and he smiled as he recognized the fact that he was really successful with the female sex, for Mme. de Marelle, since the renewal of their relations, seemed to love him madly. With a light heart he returned home. Madeleine was awaiting him in the drawing room. "I have some news," said she. "The affair with Morocco is becoming complicated. France may send an expedition out there in several months. In any case, the ministry will be overthrown and Laroche will profit by the occasion." Duroy, in order to draw out his wife, pretended not to believe it. France would not be silly enough to commence any folly with Tunis. She shrugged her shoulders impatiently. "I tell you she will. You do not understand that it is a question of money. You are as simple as Forestier." Her object was to wound and irritate him, but he only smiled and replied: "What, as simple as that, stupid fellow?" She ceased and murmured: "Oh, Georges!" He added: "Poor devil!" in a tone of profound pity. Madeleine turned her back upon him scornfully. After a moment of silence, she continued: "We shall have some company Tuesday. Madame Laroche Mathieu is coming here to dine with Viscountess de Percemur. Will you invite Rival and Norbert de Varenne? I shall go to Mesdames Walter and de Marelle to morrow. Perhaps too we may have Madame Rissolin." Duroy replied: "Very well, I will see to Rival and Norbert." The following day he thought he would anticipate his wife's visit to Mme. Walter, and attempt to find out if she really was in love with him. He arrived at Boulevard Malesherbes at 2 o'clock. He was ushered into the salon and waited. Finally Mme. Walter appeared and offered him her hand cordially. "What good wind blows you here?" "No good wind, but a desire to see you. Some power has impelled me hither, I do not know why. I have nothing to say except that I have come. Here I am. Pardon the morning call and the candor of my explanation." He uttered those words with a smile upon his lips and a serious accent in his voice. In her astonishment, she stammered with a blush: "But indeed, I do not understand. You surprise me." He added: "It is a declaration made in jest, in order not to startle you." They were seated near each other. She took the matter as a jest. "Is it a declaration, seriously?" "Yes. For a long time I have wished to make it, but I dared not. They say you are so austere, so rigid." She had recovered her self possession and replied: "Why did you choose to day?" "I do not know." Then he lowered his voice: "Or rather, because I have thought only of you since yesterday." Suddenly turning pale, she gasped: "Come, enough of this childishness. Let us talk of something else." But he fell upon his knees before her. She tried to rise. He prevented her by twining his arms about her waist, and repeated in a passionate voice: "Yes, it is true that I have loved you madly for some time. Do not answer me. I am mad. I love you. Oh, if you only knew how I love you!" She could utter no sound. In her agitation, she repulsed him with both hands, for she could feel his breath upon her cheek. He rose suddenly and attempted to embrace her, but gaining her liberty for a moment, she escaped him and ran from chair to chair. He, considering such pursuit beneath his dignity, sank into a chair, buried his face in his hands, and feigned to sob convulsively. Then he rose, cried: "Adieu, adieu," and fled. In the hall he took his cane calmly, and left the house, saying: "Cristi, I believe she loves me." He went at once to the telegraph office to send a message to Clotilde, appointing a rendezvous for the next day. On entering the house at his usual time, he said to his wife: "Well, is everyone coming to dinner?" She replied: "Yes, all but Mme. Walter, who is uncertain as to whether she can come. She acted very strangely. Never mind, perhaps she can manage it anyway." He replied: "She will come." He was not, however, certain, and was rendered uneasy until the day of the dinner. That morning Madeleine received a message from Mme. Walter to this effect: "I have succeeded in arranging matters, and I shall be with you, but my husband cannot accompany me." Duroy thought: "I did right not to return there. She has calmed down." Still he awaited her arrival anxiously. She appeared very composed, somewhat reserved and haughty. He was very humble, very careful and submissive. Mesdames Laroche Mathieu and Rissolin were accompanied by their husbands. Mme. de Marelle looked bewitching in an odd combination of yellow and black. At Duroy's right sat Mme. Walter, and he spoke to her only of serious matters, with exaggerated respect. From time to time he glanced at Clotilde. "She is really very pretty and fresh looking," thought he, but Mme. Walter attracted him by the difficulty of the conquest. She took her leave early. "I will escort you," said he. She declined his offer. He insisted: Why do you not want me? You wound me deeply. Do not let me feel that I am not forgiven. You see that I am calm." She replied: "You cannot leave your guests thus." He smiled. "Ah, I shall be absent 20 minutes. No one will even notice it. If you refuse me, you will break my heart." "Very well," she whispered, "I will accept." When they were seated in the carriage, he seized her hand, and kissing it passionately, said: "I love you. I love you. Let me tell it to you. I will not touch you. I only wish to repeat that I love you." She stammered: "After what you promised me, it is too bad, too bad." He seemed to make a great effort. Then he continued in a subdued voice: "See how I can control myself, and yet let me only tell you this: I love you. Yes, let me go home with you and kneel before you 5 minutes to utter those 3 words and gaze upon your beloved face." She suffered him to take her hand and replied in broken accents: "No, I cannot. I do not wish to. Think of what my servants, my daughters would say. No, no, it is impossible." He continued: "I cannot live without seeing you, whether it be at your house or elsewhere. I must see you for only a moment each day, that I may touch your hand, breathe the air stirred by your gown, contemplate the outlines of your form, and see your beautiful eyes." She listened tremblingly to the musical language of love, and made answer: "No, it is impossible. Be silent." He spoke very low. He whispered in her ear, comprehending that it was necessary to win that simple woman gradually, to persuade her to appoint a meeting where she willed at first, and later on where he willed. "Listen, I must see you. I will wait at your door like a beggar. If you do not come down, I will come to you, but I shall see you to morrow." She repeated: "No, do not come. I shall not receive you. Think of my daughters." "Then tell me where I can meet you. In the street, it matters not where, at any hour you wish, provided that I can see you. I will greet you, I will say, 'I love you,' and then go away." She hesitated, almost distracted. As the coupe stopped at the door, she whispered hastily: "I will be at La Trinite to morrow at 3:30." After alighting, she said to her coachman: "Take M. Duroy home." When he returned, his wife asked: "Where have you been?" He replied in a low voice: "I have been to send an important telegram." Mme. de Marelle approached him. "You must take me home, Bel Ami. You know that I only dine so far from home on that condition." Turning to Madeleine, she asked: "You are not jealous?" Mme. Duroy replied slowly: "No, not at all." The guests departed. Clotilde, enveloped in laces, whispered to Madeleine at the door: "Your dinner was perfect. In a short while you will have the best political salon in Paris." When she was alone with Georges, she said: "Oh, my darling Bel-Ami, I love you more dearly every day." The cab rolled on, and Georges's thoughts were with Mme. Walter. End of chapter 11. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Chapter 12 of Bel-Ami, or the History of a Scoundrel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Bel-Ami, or the History of a Scoundrel, by Guy de Maupassant. Translator unknown. Chapter 12. A Meeting and the Result. The July sun shone upon the Place de la Trinité, which was almost deserted. Duroy drew out his watch. It was only 3 o'clock. He was half an hour too early. He laughed as he thought of the place of meeting. He entered the sacred edifice of La Trinité. The coolness within was refreshing. Here and there an old woman kneeled at prayer, her face in her hands. Duroy looked at his watch again. It was not yet 3:15. He took a seat, regretting that he could not smoke. At the end of the church, near the choir, he could hear the measured tread of a corpulent man, whom he had noticed when he entered. Suddenly the rustle of a gown made him start. It was she. He arose and advanced quickly. She did not offer him her hand, and whispered: "I have only a few minutes. You must kneel near me so that no one will notice us." She proceeded to a side aisle, after saluting the host on the high altar, took a footstool, and kneeled down. Georges took one beside it, and when they were in the attitude of prayer, he said: "Thank you, thank you, I adore you. I should like to tell you constantly how I began to love you, how I was conquered the first time I saw you. Will you permit me some day to unburden my heart, to explain all to you?" She replied between her fingers: "I am mad to let you speak to me thus, mad to have come hither, mad to do as I have done, to let you believe that this adventure can have any results. Forget it, and never speak to me of it again." She paused. He replied: "I expect nothing. I hope nothing. I love you. Whatever you may do, I will repeat it so often, with so much force and ardor, that you will finally understand me and reply, 'I love you too.'" He felt her frame tremble as she involuntarily repeated, "I love you too." He was overcome by astonishment. "Oh, my God!" she continued incoherently. "Should I say that to you? I feel guilty, despicable. I, who have 2 daughters. But I cannot. I never thought. It was stronger than I. Listen, I have never loved any other but you. I swear it. I have loved you a year in secret. I have suffered and struggled. I can no longer. I love you." She wept, and her bowed form was shaken by the violence of her emotion. Georges murmured: "Give me your hand that I may touch, may press it." She slowly took her hand from her face. He seized it, saying: "I should like to drink your tears." Placing the hand he held upon his heart, he asked: "Do you feel it beat?" In a few moments, the man Georges had noticed before passed by them. When Mme. Walter heard him near her, she snatched her fingers from Georges's clasp and covered her face with them. After the man had disappeared, Duroy asked, hoping for another place of meeting than La Trinite: "Where shall I see you to morrow?" She did not reply. She seemed transformed into a statue of prayer. He continued: "Shall I meet you to morrow at Parc Monceau?" She turned a livid face toward him and said unsteadily: "Leave me now. Go away for only 5 minutes. I suffer too much near you. I want to pray. Go, let me pray alone. 5 minutes. Let me ask God to pardon me, to save me. Leave me 5 minutes." She looked so pitiful that he rose without a word and asked with some hesitation: "Shall I return presently?" She nodded her head in the affirmative, and he left her. She tried to pray. She closed her eyes in order not to see Georges. She could not pray. She could only think of him. She would rather have died than have fallen thus. She had never been weak. She murmured several words of supplication. She knew that all was over, that the struggle was in vain. She did not, however, wish to yield, but she felt her weakness. Someone approached with a rapid step. She turned her head. It was a priest. She rose, ran toward him, and clasping her hands, she cried: "Save me! Save me!" He stopped in surprise. "What do you want, madame?" "I want you to save me. Have pity on me. If you do not help me, I am lost." He gazed at her, wondering if she were mad. "What can I do for you?" The priest was a young man somewhat inclined to corpulence. "Receive my confession," said she, "and counsel me, sustain me, tell me what to do." He replied: "I confess every Saturday from 3 to 6." Seizing his arm, she repeated: "No, now, at once, at once, it is necessary. He is here, in this church. He is waiting for me." The priest asked: "Who is waiting for you?" "A man who will be my ruin if you do not save me. I can no longer escape him. I am too weak, too weak." She fell upon her knees, sobbing: "Oh, Father, have pity upon me. Save me, for God's sake, save me." She seized his gown that he might not escape her, while he uneasily glanced around on all sides to see if anyone noticed the woman at his feet. Finally, seeing that he could not free himself from her, he said: "Rise, I have the key to the confessional with me." Duroy, having walked around the choir, was sauntering down the nave when he met the stout, bold man wandering about. and he wondered, what can he be doing here? The man slackened his pace and looked at Georges with the evident desire to speak to him. When he was near him, he bowed and said politely: "I beg your pardon, sir, for disturbing you, but can you tell me when this church was built?" Duroy replied: "I do not know. I think it is 20 or 25 years. It is the first time I have been here. I have never seen it before." Feeling interested in the stranger, the journalist continued: "It seems to me that you are examining into it very carefully." The man replied: "I am not visiting the church. I have an appointment." He paused and in a few moments added: "It is very warm outside." Duroy looked at him and suddenly thought that he resembled Forestier. "Are you from the provinces?" he asked. "Yes, I am from Rennes. And did you, sir, enter this church from curiosity?" "No, I am waiting for a lady." And with a smile upon his lips, he walked away. He did not find Mme. Walter in the place in which he had left her, and was surprised. She had gone. He was furious. Then he thought she might be looking for him, and he walked around the church. Not finding her, he returned and seated himself on the chair she had occupied, hoping that she would rejoin him there. Soon he heard the sound of a voice. He saw no one. Whence came it? He rose to examine into it, and saw in a chapel near by the doors of the confessionals. He drew nearer in order to see the woman whose voice he heard. He recognized Mme. Walter. She was confessing. At first he felt a desire to seize her by the arm and drag her away. Then he seated himself near by and bided his time. He waited quite a while. At length Mme. Walter rose, turned, saw him, and came toward him. Her face was cold and severe. "Sir," said she, "I beseech you not to accompany me, not to follow me, and not to come to my house alone. You will not be admitted. Adieu." And she walked away in a dignified manner. He permitted her to go because it was against his principles to force matters. As the priest in his turn issued from the confessional, he advanced toward him and said: "If you did not wear a gown, I would give you a sound thrashing." Then he turned upon his heel and left the church, whistling. In the doorway he met the stout gentleman. When Duroy passed him, they bowed. The journalist then repaired to the office of La Vie Francaise. As he entered, he saw by the clerk's busy air that something of importance was going on, and he hastened to the manager's room. The latter exclaimed joyfully as Duroy entered: "What luck! Here is Bel Ami." He stopped in confusion and apologized. "I beg your pardon. I am very much bothered by circumstances. And then I hear my wife and daughter call you Bel Ami from morning until night, and I have acquired the habit myself. Are you displeased?" Georges laughed. "Not at all." M. Walter continued: "Very well, then I will call you Bel Ami as everyone else does." Great changes have taken place. The ministry has been overthrown. Marot is to form a new cabinet. He has chosen General Boutin d'Acre as Minister of War, and our friend Laroche Mathieu as Minister of Foreign Affairs. We shall all be very busy. I must write a leading article, a simple declaration of principles. Then I must have something interesting on the Morocco question. You must attend to that." Duroy reflected a moment and then replied: "I have it. I will give you an article on the political situation of our African colony." And he proceeded to prepare M. Walter an outline of his work, which was nothing but a modification of his first article on Souvenirs of a Soldier in Africa. The manager, having read the article, said: "It is perfect. You are a treasure. Many thanks." Duroy returned home to dinner, delighted with his day, notwithstanding his failure at La Trinite. His wife was awaiting him anxiously. She exclaimed on seeing him: "You know that Laroche is Minister of Foreign Affairs?" "Yes, I have just written an article on that subject." "How?" "Do you remember the first article we wrote on Souvenirs of a Soldier in Africa? Well, I revised and corrected it for the occasion." She smiled. "Ah, yes, that will do very well." At that moment the servant entered with a dispatch containing these words without any signature: "I was beside myself. Pardon me, and come to morrow at 4 o'clock to Parc Monceau." He understood the message, and with a joyful heart slipped the telegram into his pocket. During dinner he repeated the words to himself. As he interpreted them, they meant: "I yield. I am yours where and when you will." He laughed. Madeleine asked: "What is it?" "Nothing much. I was thinking of a comical old priest I met a short while since." Duroy arrived at the appointed hour the following day. The benches were all occupied by people trying to escape from the heat, and by nurses with their charges. He found Mme. Walter in a little antique ruin. She seemed unhappy and anxious. When he had greeted her, she said: "How many people there are in the garden!" He took advantage of the occasion. "Yes, that is true. Shall we go somewhere else?" "Where?" "It matters not where. For a drive, for instance. You can lower the shade on your side, and you will be well concealed." "Yes, I should like that better. I shall die of fear here." "Very well. Meet me in 5 minutes at the gate which opens on the boulevard. I will fetch a cab." When they were seated in the cab, she asked: "Where did you tell the coachman to drive to?" Georges replied: "Do not worry, he knows." He had given the man his address on the Rue de Constantinople. Mme. Walter said to Duroy: "You cannot imagine how I suffer on your account, how I am tormented, tortured. Yesterday I was harsh, but I wanted to escape you at any price. I was afraid to remain alone with you. Have you forgiven me?" He pressed her hand. "Yes, yes, why should I not forgive you, loving you as I do?" She looked at him with a beseeching air. "Listen, you must promise to respect me, otherwise I could never see you again." At first he did not reply. A smile lurked beneath his moustache. Then he murmured: "I am your slave." She told him how she had discovered that she loved him on learning that he was to marry Madeleine Forestier. Suddenly she ceased speaking. The carriage stopped. Duroy opened the door. "Where are we?" she asked. He replied: "Alight and enter the house. We shall be undisturbed there." "Where are we?" she repeated. "At my rooms. They are my bachelor apartments, which I have rented for a few days, that we might have a corner in which to meet." She clung to the cab, startled at the thought of a tete-a-tete, and stammered: "No, no, I do not want to." He said firmly: "I swear to respect you. Come, you see that people are looking at us, that a crowd is gathering around us. Make haste." And he repeated: "I swear to respect you." She was terror stricken and rushed into the house. She was about to ascend the stairs. He seized her arm. "It is here on the ground floor." When he had closed the door, he showered kisses upon her neck, her eyes, her lips. In spite of herself, she submitted to his caresses and even returned them, hiding her face and murmuring in broken accents: "I swear that I have never had a lover," while he thought, "That is a matter of indifference to me." End of chapter 12. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Chapter 13, Part 1 of Bel-Ami, or The History of a Scoundrel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Bel-Ami, or The History of a Scoundrel, by Guy de Maupassant. Translator unknown. Chapter 13. Madame de Marelle, Part 1. Autumn had come. The Duroys had spent the entire summer in Paris, leading a vigorous campaign in La Vie Francaise in favor of the new cabinet. Although it was only the early part of October, the Chamber was about to resume its sessions, for affairs in Morocco were becoming menacing. The celebrated speech made by Count de Lambert Sarrazin had furnished Duroy with material for 10 articles on the Algerian colony. La Vie Francaise had gained considerable prestige by its connection with the power. It was the first to give political news, and every newspaper in Paris and the provinces sought information from it. It was quoted, feared, and began to be respected. It was no longer the organ of a group of political intriguers, but the avowed mouthpiece of the cabinet. La Roche-Mathieu was the soul of the journal, and Duroy his speaking trumpet. Monsieur Walter retired discreetly into the background. Madeleine's salon became an influential center in which several members of the cabinet met every week. The president of the council had even dined there twice. The minister of foreign affairs was quite at home at the Duroys. He came at any hour, bringing dispatches or information, which he dictated either to the husband or wife as if they were his secretaries. After the minister had departed, when Duroy was alone with Madeleine, he uttered threats and insinuations against the parvenu, as he called him. His wife simply shrugged her shoulders scornfully, repeating: "Become a minister, and you can do the same. Until then, be silent." His reply was: "No one knows of what I am capable. Perhaps they will find out some day." She answered philosophically: "He who lives will see." The morning of the reopening of the Chamber, Duroy lunched with Laroche Mathieu in order to receive instructions from him, before the session, for a political article the following day in La Vie Francaise, which was to be a sort of official declaration of the plans of the cabinet. After listening to Laroche Mathieu's eloquence for some time, with jealousy in his heart, Duroy sauntered slowly toward the office to commence his work, for he had nothing to do until 4 o'clock, at which hour he was to meet Mme. de Marelle at Rue de Constantinople. They met there regularly twice a week, Mondays and Wednesdays. On entering the office, he was handed a sealed dispatch. It was from Mme. Walter, and read thus: "It is absolutely necessary that I should see you to day. It is important. Expect me at 2 o'clock at Rue de Constantinople. I can render you a great service. Your friend until death, Virginie." He exclaimed: "Heavens, what a bore!" and left the office at once, too much annoyed to work. For 6 weeks he had ineffectually tried to break with Mme. Walter. At 3 successive meetings she had been a prey to remorse, and had overwhelmed her lover with reproaches. Angered by those scenes, and already weary of the dramatic woman, he had simply avoided her, hoping that the affair would end in that way. But she persecuted him with her affection, summoned him at all times by telegrams to meet her at street corners, in shops, or public gardens. She was very different from what he had fancied she would be, trying to attract him by actions ridiculous in one of her age. It disgusted him to hear her call him "my rat, my dog, my treasure, my jewel, my blue bird," and to see her assume a kind of childish modesty when he approached. It seemed to him that, being the mother of a family, a woman of the world, she should have been more sedate and have yielded, with tears if she chose, but with the tears of a Dido and not of a Juliette. He never heard her call him "little one," or "baby," without wishing to reply "old woman," or to take his hat with an oath and leave the room. At first they had often met at Rue de Constantinople, but Duroy, who feared an encounter with Mme. de Marelle, invented 1,001 pretexts in order to avoid that rendezvous. He was therefore obliged to either lunch or dine at her house daily, when she would clasp his hand under cover of the table, or offer him her lips behind the doors. Above all, Georges enjoyed being thrown so much in contact with Suzanne. She made sport of everything and everybody with cutting appropriateness. At length, however, he began to feel an unconquerable repugnance to the love lavished upon him by the mother. He could no longer see her, hear her, nor think of her without anger. He ceased calling upon her, replying to her letters and yielding to her appeals. She finally divined that he no longer loved her, and the discovery caused her unutterable anguish. But she watched him, followed him in a cab with drawn blinds to the office, to his house, in the hope of seeing him pass by. He would have liked to strangle her, but he controlled himself on account of his position on La Vie Francaise, and he endeavored by means of coldness, and even at times harsh words, to make her comprehend that all was at an end between them. Then, too, she persisted in devising ruses for summoning him to Rue de Constantinople, and he was in constant fear that the two women would some day meet face to face at the door. On the other hand, his affection for Mme. de Marelle had increased during the summer. They were both Bohemians by nature. They took excursions together to Argenteuil, Bougival, Maison, and Poissy, and when he was forced to return and dine at Mme. Walter's, he detested his mature mistress more thoroughly, as he recalled the youthful one he had just left. He was congratulating himself upon having freed himself almost entirely from the former's clutches when he received the telegram above mentioned. He reread it as he walked along. He thought, "What does that old owl want with me? I am certain she has nothing to tell me except that she adores me. However, I will see. Perhaps there is some truth in it. Clotilde is coming at 4. I must get rid of the other one at 3 or soon after, provided they do not meet. What jades women are!" As he uttered those words, he was reminded of his wife, who was the only one who did not torment him. She lived by his side and seemed to love him very much at the proper time, for she never permitted anything to interfere with her ordinary occupations of life. He strolled toward the appointed place of meeting, mentally cursing Mme. Walter. I will receive her in such a manner that she will not tell me anything. First of all, I will give her to understand that I shall never cross her threshold again. He entered to await her. She soon arrived, and seeing him, exclaimed: "Ah, you received my dispatch? How fortunate!" "Yes, I received it at the office, just as I was setting out for the Chamber. What do you want?" he asked ungraciously. She had raised her veil in order to kiss him, and approached him timidly and humbly, with the air of a beaten dog. "How unkind you are to me! How harshly you speak! What have I done to you? You do not know what I have suffered for you." He muttered: "Are you going to begin that again?" She stood near him awaiting a smile, a word of encouragement, to cast herself into his arms, and whispered: "You need not have won me to treat me thus. You might have left me virtuous and happy.
Do you remember what you said to me in the church, and how you forced me to enter this house? And now this is the way you speak to me, receive me. My God, how you maltreat me!" He stamped his foot and said violently: "Enough, be silent. I can never see you a moment without hearing that refrain. You were mature when you gave yourself to me. I am much obliged to you, I am infinitely grateful, but I need not be tied to your apron strings until I die. You have a husband and I a wife. Neither of us is free. It was all a caprice, and now it is at an end." She said: "How brutal you are, how coarse and villainous! No, I was no longer a young girl, but I had never loved, never wavered in my dignity." He interrupted her: "I know it, you have told me that 20 times, but you have had 2 children." She drew back as if she had been struck. "Oh, Georges!" And pressing her hands to her heart, she burst into tears. When she began to weep, he took his hat. "Ah, you are crying again. Good evening. Is it for this that you sent for me?" She took a step forward in order to bar the way, and drawing a handkerchief from her pocket, she wiped her eyes. Her voice grew steadier. "No, I came to give you political news, to give you the means of earning 50,000 francs, or even more if you wish to." Suddenly softened, he asked: "How?" "By chance, last evening, I heard a conversation between my husband and Laroche. Walter advised the minister not to let you into the secret, for you would expose it." Duroy placed his hat upon a chair and listened attentively. "They are going to take possession of Morocco." "Why, I lunched with Laroche this morning, and he told me the cabinet's plans." "No, my dear, they have deceived you, because they feared their secret would be made known." "Sit down," said Georges. He sank into an armchair, and she drew up a stool and took her seat at his feet. She continued: "As I think of you continually, I pay attention to what is talked of around me." And she proceeded to tell him what she had heard relative to the expedition to Tangiers, which had been decided upon the day that Laroche assumed his office. She told him how they had little by little bought up, through agents who aroused no suspicions, the Moroccan loan, which had fallen to 64 or 65 francs. How when the expedition was entered upon, the French government would guarantee the debt, and their friends would make 50 or 60 millions. He cried: "Are you sure of that?" She replied: "Yes, I am sure." He continued: "That is indeed fine. As for that rascal of a Laroche, let him beware. I will get his ministerial carcass between my fingers yet." Then, after a moment's reflection, he muttered: "One might profit by that." "You too can buy some stock," said she. "It is only 72 francs." He replied: "But I have no ready money." She raised her eyes to his, eyes full of supplication. "I have thought of that, my darling, and if you love me a little, you will let me lend it to you."
He replied abruptly, almost harshly: "No, indeed." She whispered imploringly: "Listen, there is something you can do without borrowing money. I intended buying 10,000 francs worth of the stock. Instead, I will take 20,000 and you can have half. There will be nothing to pay at once. If it succeeds, we will make 70,000 francs. If not, you will owe me 10,000, which you can repay at your pleasure." He said again: "No, I do not like those combinations." She tried to persuade him by telling him that she advanced nothing, that the payments were made by Walter's bank. She pointed out to him that he had led the political campaign in La Vie Francaise, and that he would be very simple not to profit by the results he had helped to bring about. As he still hesitated, she added: "It is in reality Walter who will advance the money, and you have done enough for him to offset that sum." "Very well," said he, "I will do it. If we lose, I will pay you back 10,000 francs." She was so delighted that she rose, took his head between her hands, and kissed him. At first he did not repulse her, but when she grew more lavish with her caresses, he said: "Come, that will do." She gazed at him sadly. "Oh, Georges, I can no longer even embrace you." "No, not to day. I have a headache." She reseated herself with docility at his feet and asked: "Will you dine with us to morrow? It would give me such pleasure." He hesitated at first, but dared not refuse. "Yes, certainly." "Thank you, dearest." She rubbed her cheek against the young man's vest. As she did so, one of her long black hairs caught on a button. She twisted it tightly around, then she twisted another around another button, and so on. When he rose, he would tear them out of her head, and would carry away with him unwittingly a lock of her hair. It would be an invisible bond between them. Involuntarily he would think, would dream of her. He would love her a little more the next day. Suddenly he said: "I must leave you, for I am expected at the Chamber for the close of the session. I cannot be absent to day." She sighed: "Already?" Then adding resignedly: "Go, my darling, but you will come to dinner to morrow." She rose abruptly. For a moment she felt a sharp, stinging pain, as if needles had been stuck into her head, but she was glad to have suffered for him. "Adieu," said she. He took her in his arms and kissed her eyes coldly. Then she offered him her lips, which he brushed lightly as he said: "Come, come, let us hurry. It is after 3 o'clock." She passed out before him, saying: "To morrow at 7." He repeated her words, and they separated. End of chapter 13, part 1. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Chapter 13, part 2 of Bel Ami, or the History of a Scoundrel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Martin Bel Ami, or the History of a Scoundrel, by Guy de Maupassant. Translator unknown. Chapter 13. Madame de Marelle, Part 2. Duroy returned at 4 o'clock to await his mistress. She was somewhat late, because her husband had come home for a week. She asked: "Can you come to dinner to morrow? He will be delighted to see you." "No, I dine at the Walters. We have a great many political and financial matters to talk over." She took off her hat. He pointed to a bag on the mantelpiece. "I bought you some sweetmeats." She clapped her hands. "What a darling you are!" She took them, tasted one, and said: "They are delicious. I shall not leave one." "Come, sit down in the armchair. I will sit at your feet and eat my bonbons." He smiled as he saw her take the seat a short while since occupied by Mme. Walter. She too called him darling, little one, dearest, and the words seemed to him sweet and caressing from her lips, while from Mme. Walter's they irritated and nauseated him. Suddenly he remembered the 70,000 francs he was going to make, and bluntly interrupting Mme. de Marelle's chatter, he said: "Listen, my darling, I am going to entrust you with a message to your husband. Tell him from me to buy to morrow 10,000 francs worth of Moroccan stock, which is at 72, and I predict that before 3 months are past he will have made 80,000 francs. Tell him to maintain absolute silence. Tell him that the expedition to Tangiers is decided upon, and that the French government will guarantee the Moroccan debt. It is a state secret I am confiding to you, remember." She listened to him gravely and murmured: "Thank you, I will tell my husband this evening. You may rely upon him. He will not speak of it. He can be depended upon. There is no danger." She had eaten all of her bonbons and began to toy with the buttons on his vest. Suddenly she drew a long hair out of the buttonhole and began to laugh. "See, here is one of Madeleine's hairs. You are a faithful husband." Then growing serious, she examined the scarcely perceptible thread more closely and said: "It is not Madeleine's, it is dark." He smiled. "It probably belongs to the housemaid." But she glanced at the vest with the care of a police inspector, and found a second hair twisted around a second button. Then she saw a third, and turning pale and trembling somewhat, she exclaimed: "Oh, some woman has left hairs around all your buttons." In surprise he stammered: "Why, you are mad." She continued to unwind the hairs and cast them upon the floor. With her woman's instinct, she had divined their meaning, and gasped in her anger, ready to cry: "She loves you, and she wished you to carry away with you something of hers. Oh, you are a traitor!" She uttered a shrill, nervous cry: "Oh, it is an old woman's hair! Here is a white one! You have taken a fancy to an old woman now! Then you do not need me. Keep the other one." She rose.
He attempted to detain her and stammered: "No, Clo, you are absurd. I do not know whose it is. Listen, stay, see, stay." But she repeated: "Keep your old woman, keep her, have a chain made of her hair, of her gray hair. There is enough for that." Hastily she donned her hat and veil, and when he attempted to touch her, she struck him in the face, and made her escape while he was stunned by the blow. When he found that he was alone, he cursed Mme. Walter, bathed his face, and went out vowing vengeance. That time he would not pardon. No, indeed. He strolled to the boulevard and stopped at a jeweler's to look at a chronometer which he had wanted for some time, and which would cost 1,800 francs. He thought with joy: "If I make my 70,000 francs, I can pay for it." And he began to dream of all the things he would do when he got the money. First of all he would become a deputy, then he would buy the chronometer, then he would speculate on change, and then. He did not enter the office, preferring to confer with Madeleine before seeing Walter again and writing his article. He turned toward home. He reached Rue Drouot when he paused. He had forgotten to inquire for Count de Vaudrec, who lived on Chaussee d'Antin. He retraced his steps with a light heart, thinking of 1,000 things, of the fortune he would make, of that rascal of a Laroche, and of old Walter. He was not at all uneasy as to Clotilde's anger, knowing that she would soon forgive him. When he asked the janitor of the house in which Count de Vaudrec lived: "How is M. de Vaudrec? I have heard that he has been ailing of late," the man replied: "The Count is very ill, sir. They think he will not live through the night. The gout has reached his heart." Duroy was so startled that he did not know what to do. Vaudrec dying? He stammered: "Thanks, I will call again," unconscious of what he was saying. He jumped into a cab and drove home. His wife had returned. He entered her room out of breath. "Did you know? Vaudrec is dying." She was reading a letter and turning to him asked: "What did you say?" "I said that Vaudrec is dying of an attack of gout." Then he added: "What shall you do?" She rose, her face was livid. She burst into tears and buried her face in her hands. She remained standing, shaken by sobs, torn by anguish. Suddenly she conquered her grief, and wiping her eyes, said: "I am going to him. Do not worry about me. I do not know what time I shall return. Do not expect me." He replied: "Very well, go." They shook hands, and she left in such haste that she forgot her gloves. Georges, after dining alone, began to write his article. He wrote it according to the minister's instructions, hinting to the readers that the expedition to Morocco would not take place. He took it, when completed, to the office, conversed several moments with M. Walter, and set out again, smoking with a light heart, he knew not why. His wife had not returned. He retired and fell asleep.
Toward midnight, Madeleine came home. Georges sat up in bed and asked: "Well?" He had never seen her so pale and agitated. She whispered: "He is dead." "Ah! And he told you nothing?" "Nothing. He was unconscious when I arrived." Questions which he dared not ask arose to Georges's lips. "Lie down and rest," said he. She disrobed hastily and slipped into bed. He continued: "Had he any relatives at his deathbed?" "Only a nephew." "Ah! Did he often see that nephew?" "They had not met for 10 years." "Had he other relatives?" "No, I believe not." "Will that nephew be his heir?" "I do not know." "Was Vaudrec very rich?" "Yes, very." "Do you know what he was worth?" "No, not exactly. 1 or 2 millions, perhaps." He said no more. She extinguished the light. He could not sleep. He looked upon Mme. Walter's promised 70,000 francs as very insignificant. Suddenly he thought he heard Madeleine crying. In order to insure himself, he asked: "Are you asleep?" "No." Her voice was tearful and unsteady. He continued: "I forgot to tell you that your minister has deceived us." "How?" He gave her a detailed account of the combination prepared by Laroche and Walter. When he concluded, she asked: "How did you know that?" He replied: "Pardon me if I do not tell you. You have your means of obtaining information into which I do not inquire. I have mine, which I desire to keep. I can vouch, at any rate, for the truth of my statements." She muttered: "It may be possible. I suspected that they were doing something without our knowledge." As she spoke, Georges drew near her. She paid no heed to his proximity, however, and turning toward the wall, he closed his eyes and fell asleep. End of Chapter 13. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Chapter 14 of Bel-Ami, or the History of a Scoundrel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Bel-Ami, or the History of a Scoundrel, by Guy de Maupassant. Translator unknown. Chapter 14. The Will. The church was draped in black, and over the door a large escutcheon, surmounted by a coronet, announced to the passers by that a nobleman was being buried. The ceremony was just over. Those present went out slowly, passing by the coffin, and by Count de Vaudrec's nephew, who shook hands and returned salutations. When Georges Duroy and his wife left the church, they walked along side by side on their way home. They did not speak; they were both preoccupied. At length Georges said, as if talking to himself: "Truly it is very astonishing." Madeleine asked: "What, my friend?" "That Vaudrec left us nothing." She blushed and said: "Why should he leave us anything? Had he any reason for doing so?" Then, after several moments of silence, she continued: "Perhaps there is a will at a lawyer's. We should not know of it." He replied: "That is possible, for he was our best friend. He dined with us twice a week. He came at any time. He was at home with us. He loved you as a father. He had no family, no children, no brothers nor sisters, only a nephew. Yes, there should be a will. I would not care for much, a remembrance to prove that he thought of us, that he recognized the affection we felt for him. We should certainly have a mark of friendship." She said with a pensive and indifferent air: "It is possible that there is a will." When they entered the house, the footman handed Madeleine a letter. She opened it and offered it to her husband. "Office of Monsieur Lamaneur, Notary, 17 Rue des Vosges. Madame, kindly call at my office at 2:15 o'clock, Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, on business which concerns you. Yours respectfully, Lamaneur." Georges, in his turn, colored. "That is as it should be. It is strange, however, that he should write to you and not to me, for I am the head of the family legally." "Shall we go at once?" she asked. "Yes, I should like to." After luncheon they set out for M. Lamaneur's office. The notary was a short, round man, round all over. His head looked like a ball fastened to another ball, which was supported by legs so short that they too almost resembled balls. He bowed as Duroy and his wife were shown into his office, pointed to seats, and said, turning to Madeleine: "Madame, I sent for you in order to inform you of Count de Vaudrec's will, which will be of interest to you." Georges could not help muttering: "I suspected that." The notary continued: "I shall read you the document, which is very brief. I, the undersigned, Paul Émile Cyprien Gontran, Count de Vaudrec, sound in body and mind, here express my last wishes. As death might take me away at any moment, I wish to take the precaution of drawing up my will, to be deposited with M. Lamaneur. Having no direct heirs, I bequeath all my fortune, comprising stocks and bonds for 600,000 francs, and landed property for 500,000, to Madame Claire Madeleine Duroy, unconditionally. I beg her to accept that gift from a dead friend as a proof of devoted, profound, and respectful affection." The notary said: "That is all." That document bears the date of August last, and took the place of one of the same nature, made 2 years ago, in the name of Madame Claire Madeleine Forestier. I have the first will, which would prove, in case of contestation on the part of the family, that Count de Vaudrec had not changed his mind." Madeleine cast down her eyes. Her cheeks were pale. Georges nervously twisted his moustache. The notary continued after a moment's pause: "It is of course understood that Madame cannot accept that legacy without your consent." Duroy rose and said shortly: "I ask time for reflection." The notary smiled,
bowed and replied pleasantly: "I comprehend the scruples which cause you to hesitate. I may add that M. de Vaudrec's nephew, who was informed this morning of his uncle's last wishes, expresses himself as ready to respect them, if he be given 100,000 francs. In my opinion, the will cannot be broken, but a lawsuit would cause a sensation which you would probably like to avoid. The world often judges uncharitably. Can you let me have your reply before Saturday?" Georges bowed, and together with his wife left the office. When they arrived home, Duroy closed the door, and throwing his hat on the bed, asked: "What were the relations between you and Vaudrec?" Madeleine, who was taking off her veil, turned around with a shudder. "Between us?" "Yes, between you and him. One does not leave one's entire fortune to a woman unless—" She trembled, and could scarcely take out the pins which fastened the transparent tissue. Then she stammered in an agitated manner: "You are mad! You did not think he would leave you anything." Georges replied, emphasizing each word: "Yes, he could have left me something, me, your husband, his friend, but not you, my wife and his friend. The distinction is material in the eyes of the world." Madeleine gazed at him fixedly. "It seems to me that the world would have considered a legacy from him to you very strange." "Why?" "Because—" she hesitated, then continued: "Because you are my husband, because you were not well acquainted, because I have been his friend so long, because his first will, made during Forestier's lifetime, was already in my favor." Georges began to pace to and fro. He finally said: "You cannot accept that." She answered indifferently: "Very well. It is not necessary then to wait until Saturday. You can inform M. Lamaneur at once." He paused before her, and they gazed into one another's eyes as if by that mute and ardent interrogation they were trying to examine each other's consciences. In a low voice he murmured: "Come, confess your relations." She shrugged her shoulders. "You are absurd. Vaudrec was very fond of me, very, but there was nothing more, never." He stamped his foot. "You lie! It is not possible." She replied calmly: "It is so, nevertheless." He resumed his pacing to and fro. Then pausing again, he said: "Explain to me then why he left all his fortune to you." She did so with a nonchalant air. "It is very simple. As you said just now, we were his only friends, or rather I was his only friend, for he knew me when a child. My mother was a governess in his father's house. He came here continually, and as he had no legal heirs, he selected me. It is possible that he even loved me a little. But what woman has never been loved thus? He brought me flowers every Monday. You were never surprised at that, and he never brought you any. Today he leaves me his fortune for the same reason, because he had no one else to leave it to. It would, on the other hand, have been extremely surprising if he had left it to you." "Why?" What are you to him?" She spoke so naturally and so calmly that Georges hesitated before replying: "It makes no difference. We cannot accept that bequest under those conditions. Everyone would talk about it and laugh at me. My fellow journalists are already too much disposed to be jealous of me and to attack me. I have to be especially careful of my honor and my reputation. I cannot permit my wife to accept a legacy of that kind from a man whom rumor has already assigned to her as her lover. Forestier might perhaps have tolerated that, but I shall not." She replied gently: "Very well, my dear, we will not take it. It will be 1,000,000 less in our pockets, that is all." Georges paced the room and uttered his thoughts aloud, thus speaking to his wife without addressing her. Yes, 1,000,000, so much the worse. He did not think when making his will what a breach of etiquette he was committing. He did not realize in what a false, ridiculous position he was placing me. He should have left half of it to me, that would have made matters right. He seated himself, crossed his legs, and began to twist the ends of his mustache, as was his custom when annoyed, uneasy, or pondering over a weighty question. Madeleine took up a piece of embroidery upon which she worked occasionally, and said: "I have nothing to say. You must decide." It was some time before he replied. Then he said hesitatingly: "The world would never understand how it was that Vaudrec constituted you his sole heiress, and that I allowed it. To accept that legacy would be to avow guilty relations on your part, and an infamous lack of self-respect on mine. Do you know how the acceptance of it might be interpreted? We should have to find some adroit means of palliating it. We should have to give people to suppose, for instance, that he divided his fortune between us, giving half to you and half to me." She said: "I do not see how that can be done, since there is a formal will." He replied: "Oh, that is very simple. We have no children. You can therefore deed me part of the inheritance. In that way we can silence malignant tongues." She answered somewhat impatiently: "I do not see how we can silence malignant tongues, since the will is there, signed by Vaudrec." He said angrily: "Do you need to exhibit it or affix it to the door? You are absurd. We will say that the fortune was left us jointly by Count de Vaudrec, that is all. You cannot, moreover, accept the legacy without my authority. I will only consent on the condition of a partition, which will prevent me from becoming a laughing stock for the world." She glanced sharply at him. "As you will, I am ready." He seemed to hesitate again, rose, paced the floor, and avoiding his wife's piercing gaze, he said: "No, decidedly no. Perhaps it would be better to renounce it altogether. It would be more correct, more honorable. From the nature of the bequest, even charitably disposed people would suspect illicit relations." He paused before Madeleine. "If you like, my darling, I will return to M. Lamaneur's alone.
to consult him and to explain the matter to him. I will tell him of my scruples, and I will add that we have agreed to divide it in order to avoid any scandal. From the moment that I accept a portion of the inheritance, it will be evident that there is nothing wrong. I can say, my wife accepts it because I, her husband, accept. I, who am the best judge of what she can do without compromising herself." Madeleine simply murmured, "As you wish." He continued: "Yes, it will be as clear as day if that is done. We inherit a fortune from a friend who wished to make no distinction between us, thereby showing that his liking for you was purely platonic. You may be sure that if he had given it a thought, that is what he would have done. He did not reflect, he did not foresee the consequences. As you said just now, he offered you flowers every week, he left you his wealth." She interrupted him with a shade of annoyance. "I understand. No more explanations are necessary. Go to the notary at once." He stammered in confusion. "You are right, I will go." He took his hat, and as he was leaving the room, he asked: "Shall I try to compromise with the nephew for 50,000 francs?" She replied haughtily: "No, give him the 100,000 francs he demands, and take them from my share if you wish." Abashed, he murmured: "No, we will share it. After deducting 50,000 francs each, we will still have 1,000,000 net." Then he added: "Until later, my little Made." He proceeded to the notary's to explain the arrangement decided upon, which he claimed originated with his wife. The following day they signed a deed for 500,000 francs, which Madeleine du Roy gave up to her husband. On leaving the office, as it was pleasant, Georges proposed that they take a stroll along the boulevard. He was very tender, very careful of her, and laughed joyously, while she remained pensive and grave. It was a cold autumn day. The pedestrians seemed in haste and walked along rapidly. Duroy led his wife to the shop into the windows of which he had so often gazed at the coveted chronometer. "Shall I buy you some trinket?" he asked. She replied indifferently: "As you like." They entered the shop. "What would you prefer, a necklace, a bracelet, or earrings?" The sight of the brilliant gems made her eyes sparkle in spite of herself, as she glanced at the cases filled with costly baubles. Suddenly she exclaimed: "There is a lovely bracelet." It was a chain very unique in shape, every link of which was set with a different stone. Georges asked: "How much is that bracelet?" The jeweler replied: 3,000 francs, sir. If you will let me have it for 2,500, I will take it." The man hesitated, then replied: "No, sir, it is impossible." Duroy said: "See here, throw in this chronometer at 1,500 francs. That makes 4,000, and I will pay cash. If you do not agree, I will go somewhere else." The jeweler finally yielded. "Very well, sir." The journalist, after leaving his address, said: You can have my initials, G.R.C., interlaced below a baron's crown, engraved on the chronometer." Madeleine, in surprise, smiled, and when they left the shop, she took his arm quite affectionately. She thought him very shrewd and clever. He was right. Now that he had a fortune, he must have a title. They passed the Vaudeville on their way, and entering, secured a box. Then they repaired to Mme. de Marelle's at Georges' suggestion, to invite her to spend the evening with them. Georges rather dreaded the first meeting with Clotilde, but she did not seem to bear him any malice, or even to remember their disagreement. The dinner, which they took at a restaurant, was excellent, and the evening altogether enjoyable. Georges and Madeleine returned home late. The gas was extinguished, and in order to light the way, the journalist from time to time struck a match. On reaching the landing on the first floor, they saw their reflections in the mirror. Duroy raised his hand with the lighted match in it, in order to distinguish their images more clearly, and said with a triumphant smile: "The millionaires are passing by." End of chapter 14. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Chapter 15, Part 1 of Bel-Ami, or the History of a Scoundrel. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Bel-Ami, or the History of a Scoundrel, by Guy de Maupassant. Translator unknown. Chapter 15. Suzanne. Part 1. Morocco had been conquered. France, the mistress of Tangiers, had guaranteed the debt of the annexed country. It was rumored that two ministers, Laroche Mathieu being one of them, had made 20 millions. As for Walter, in a few days he had become one of the masters of the world, a financier more omnipotent than a king. He was no longer the Jew Walter, the director of a bank, the proprietor of a yellow newspaper. He was Monsieur Walter, the wealthy Israelite, and he wished to prove it. Knowing the straitened circumstances of the Prince de Carlsbourg, who owned one of the fairest mansions on Rue du Faubourg Saint-Honoré, he proposed to buy it. He offered 3 million francs for it. The Prince, tempted by the sum, accepted his offer. The next day, Walter took possession of his new dwelling. Then another idea occurred to him, an idea of conquering all Paris, an idea a la Bonaparte. At that time, everyone was raving over a painting by the Hungarian Karl Markovitch, exhibited by Jacques Lenoble, and representing Christ walking on the water. Art critics enthusiastically declared it to be the most magnificent painting of the age. Walter bought it, thereby causing entire Paris to talk of him, to envy him, to censure or approve his action. He issued an announcement in the papers that everyone was invited to come on a certain evening to see it. Duroy was jealous of M. Walter's success. He had thought himself wealthy with the 500,000 francs extorted from his wife, and now he felt poor as he compared his paltry fortune with the shower of millions around him. His envious rage increased daily. He cherished ill will toward everyone, toward the Walters, even toward his wife, and above all toward the man who had deceived him, made use of him, and who dined twice a week at his house. Georges acted as his secretary, agent, mouthpiece, and when he wrote at his dictation, he felt a mad desire to strangle him. Laroche reigned supreme in the Duroy household, having taken the place of Count de Vaudrec. He spoke to the servants as if he were their master. Georges submitted to it all, like a dog which wishes to bite and dares not. But he was often harsh and brutal to Madeleine, who merely shrugged her shoulders and treated him as one would a fretful child. She was surprised too at his constant ill humor, and said: "I do not understand you. You are always complaining. Your position is excellent." His only reply was to turn his back upon her. He declared that he would not attend M. Walter's fete, that he would not cross the miserable Jew's threshold. For 2 months Mme. Walter had written to him daily, beseeching him to come to see her, to appoint a meeting where he would, in order that she might give him the 70,000 francs she had made for him. He did not reply, and threw her letters into the fire. Not that he would have refused to accept his share of the profits, but he enjoyed treating her scornfully, trampling her underfoot. She was too wealthy. He would be inflexible. The day of the exhibition of the picture, as Madeleine chided him for not going, he replied: "Leave me in peace. I shall remain at home." After they had dined, he said suddenly: "I suppose I shall have to go through with it. Get ready quickly." "I shall be ready in 15 minutes," she said. As they entered the courtyard of the Hotel de Carlsbourg, it was one blaze of light. A magnificent carpet was spread upon the steps leading to the entrance, and upon each one stood a man in livery as rigid as marble. Duroy's heart was torn with jealousy. He and his wife ascended the steps and gave their wraps to the footman who approached them. At the entrance to the drawing room, 2 children, one in pink, the other in blue, handed bouquets to the ladies. The rooms were already well filled. The majority of the ladies were in street costumes, a proof that they came thither as they would go to any exhibition. The few who intended to remain to the ball, which was to follow, wore evening dress. Mme. Walter, surrounded by friends, stood in the second salon and received the visitors. Many did not know her, and walked through the rooms as if in a museum, without paying any heed to the host and hostess. When Virginie perceived Duroy, she grew livid and made a movement toward him. Then she paused and waited for him to advance. He bowed ceremoniously, while Madeleine greeted her effusively. Georges left his wife near Mme. Walter and mingled with the guests. 5 drawing rooms opened one into the other. They were carpeted with rich Oriental rugs, and upon their walls hung paintings by the old masters. As he made his way through the throng, some one seized his arm, and a fresh, youthful voice whispered in his ear:
"Ah, here you are at last, naughty bel ami. Why do we never see you any more?"
It was Suzanne Walter, with her azure eyes and wealth of golden hair. He was delighted to see her, and apologized as they shook hands. "I have been so busy for 2 months that I have been nowhere." She replied gravely:
"That is too bad. You have grieved us deeply, for mamma and I adore you. As for myself, I cannot do without you. If you are not here, I am bored to death. You see, I tell you so frankly, so that you will not remain away like that any more. Give me your arm. I will show you Christ walking on the water myself. It is at the very end, behind the conservatory. Papa put it back there so that everyone would be obliged to go through the rooms. It is astonishing how proud papa is of this house."
As they walked through the rooms, all turned to look at that handsome man and that bewitching girl. A well-known painter said: "There is a fine couple." Georges thought, "If my position had been made, I would have married her. Why did I never think of it? How could I have taken the other one? What folly! One always acts too hastily. One never reflects sufficiently." And longing, bitter longing possessed him, corrupting all his pleasure, rendering life odious. Suzanne said: "You must come often, bel ami. We can do anything we like now papa is rich." He replied: "Oh, you will soon marry, some prince perhaps, and we shall never meet any more." She cried frankly:
"Oh, I shall not. I shall choose someone I love very dearly. I am rich enough for 2."
He smiled ironically and said: "I give you 6 months. By that time you will be Madame la Marquise, Madame la Duchesse, or Madame la Princesse, and you will look down upon me, mademoiselle." She pretended to be angry, patted his arm with her fan, and vowed that she would marry according to the dictates of her heart. He replied: "We shall see. You are too wealthy."
"You too have inherited some money."
"Barely 20,000 livres a year. It is a mere pittance nowadays."
"But your wife has the same."
"Yes, we have 1,000,000 together, 40,000 a year. We cannot even keep a carriage on that." They had in the meantime reached the last drawing room, and before them lay the conservatory with its rare shrubs and plants. To their left, under a dome of palms, was a marble basin, on the edges of which 4 large swans of Delft ware emitted the water from their beaks. The journalist stopped and said to himself: "This is luxury. This is the kind of house in which to live. Why can I not have one?" His companion did not speak. He looked at her and thought once more.
If I only had taken her.
Suddenly Suzanne seemed to awaken from her reverie.
"Come," said she, dragging Georges through a group which barred their way, and turning him to the right. Before him, surrounded by verdure on all sides, was the picture. One had to look closely at it in order to understand it. It was a grand work, the work of a master, one of those triumphs of art which furnishes one for years with food for thought. Duroy gazed at it for some time, and then turned away to make room for others. Suzanne's tiny hand still rested upon his arm. She asked: "Would you like a glass of champagne? We will go to the buffet. We shall find papa there."
Slowly they traversed the crowded rooms. Suddenly Georges heard a voice say: "That is Laroche and Madame du Roy." He turned and saw his wife passing upon the minister's arm. They were talking in low tones and smiling into each other's eyes. He fancied he saw some people whisper as they gazed at them, and he felt a desire to fall upon those two beings and smite them to the earth. His wife was making a laughing stock of him. Who was she? A shrewd little parvenue, that was all. He could never make his way with a wife who compromised him. She would be a stumbling block in his path. Ah, if he had foreseen, if he had known, he would have played for higher stakes. What a brilliant match he might have made with little Suzanne! How could he have been so blind? They reached the dining room with its marble columns and walls hung with old Gobelin tapestry. Walter spied his editor and hastened to shake hands. He was beside himself with joy. "Have you seen everything? Say, Suzanne, have you shown him everything? What a lot of people, eh? Have you seen Prince de Guerche? He just drank a glass of punch." Then he pounced upon Senator Rissolin and his wife. A gentleman greeted Suzanne, a tall, slender man with fair whiskers and a worldly air. Georges heard her call him Marquis de Cazolles, and he was suddenly inspired with jealousy. How long had she known him? Since she had become wealthy, no doubt. He saw in him a possible suitor. Someone seized his arm. It was Norbert de Varenne. The old poet said: "This is what they call amusing themselves. After a while they will dance, then they will retire, and the young girls will be satisfied. Take some champagne, it is excellent." Georges scarcely heard his words. He was looking for Suzanne, who had gone off with the Marquis de Cazolles. He left Norbert de Varenne abruptly and went in pursuit of the young girl. The thirsty crowd stopped him. When he had made his way through it, he found himself face to face with Monsieur and Madame de Marelle. He had often met the wife, but he had not met the husband for some time. The latter grasped both of his hands and thanked him for the message he had sent him by Clotilde relative to the stocks. Duroy replied: "In exchange for that service I shall take your wife, or rather offer her my arm. Husband and wife should always be separated." End of chapter 15, part 1. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Chapter 15, part 2 of Bel-Ami, or the History of a Scoundrel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Bel-Ami, or the History of a Scoundrel, by Guy de Maupassant. Translator unknown. Chapter 15. Suzanne, part 2. Monsieur de Marelle bowed. "Very well. If I lose you, we can meet here again in an hour." The two young people disappeared in the crowd, followed by the husband. Madame de Marelle said: "There are two girls who will have 20 or 30 millions each, and Suzanne is pretty in the bargain." He made no reply. His own thought coming from the lips of another irritated him. He took Clotilde to see the painting. As they crossed the conservatory, he saw his wife seated near Laroche Mathieu, both of them almost hidden behind a group of plants. They seemed to say, "We are having a meeting in public, for we do not care for the world's opinion." Madame de Marelle admired Karl Markovich's painting, and they turned to repair to the other rooms. They were separated from Monsieur de Marelle. He asked: "Is Laurine still vexed with me?" "Yes. She refuses to see you, and goes away when you are mentioned." He did not reply. The child's sudden enmity grieved and annoyed him. Suzanne met them at a door and cried: "Oh, here you are! Now, Bel-Ami, you are going to be left alone, for I shall take Clotilde to see my room." And the two women glided through the throng. At that moment a voice at his side murmured: "Georges." It was Mme. Walter. She continued in a low voice: "How cruel you are! How needlessly you inflict suffering upon me! I bade Suzanne take that woman away, that I might have a word with you. Listen, I must speak with you this evening, or you do not know what I shall do. Go into the conservatory. You will find a door to the left through which you can reach the garden. Follow the walk directly in front of you. At the end of it you will see an arbor. Expect me in 10 minutes. If you do not meet me, I swear I will cause a scandal here at once." He replied haughtily: "Very well, I shall be at the place you named in 10 minutes." But Jacques Rival detained him. When he reached the alley, he saw Mme. Walter in front of him. She cried: "Ah, here you are! Do you wish to kill me?" He replied calmly: "I beseech you, none of that, or I shall leave you at once." Throwing her arms around his neck, she exclaimed: "What have I done to you that you should treat me so?" He tried to push her away. "You twisted your hair around my coat buttons the last time we met, and it caused trouble between my wife and myself." She shook her head. "Ah, your wife would not care. It was one of your mistresses who made a scene." "I have none." "Indeed? Why do you never come to see me? Why do you refuse to dine with me even once a week?
I have no other thoughts than of you. I suffer terribly. You cannot understand that your image, always present, closes my throat, stifles me, and leaves me scarcely strength enough to move my limbs in order to walk. So I remain all day in my chair, thinking of you."
He looked at her in astonishment. These were the words of a desperate woman, capable of anything. He, however, cherished a vague project, and replied: "My dear, love is not eternal. One loves and one ceases to love. When it lasts, it becomes a drawback. I want none of it. However, if you will be reasonable and will receive and treat me as a friend, I will come to see you as formerly. Can you do that?" She murmured:
"I can do anything in order to see you."
"Then it is agreed that we are to be friends, nothing more." She gasped:
"It is agreed."
Offering him her lips, she cried in her despair:
"One more kiss, one last kiss."
He gently drew back. "No, we must adhere to our rules." She turned her head and wiped away 2 tears, then drawing from her bosom a package of notes tied with pink ribbon, she held it towards Duroy.
"Here is your share of the profits in that Moroccan affair. I was so glad to make it for you. Here, take it."
He refused. "No, I cannot accept that money." She became excited.
"Oh, you will not refuse it now. It is yours, yours alone. If you do not take it, I will throw it in the sewer. You will not refuse it, Georges."
He took the package and slipped it into his pocket. "We must return to the house. You will take cold."
"So much the better. If I could but die."
She seized his hand, kissed it passionately, and fled toward the house. He returned more leisurely, and entered the conservatory with head erect and smiling lips. His wife and Laroche were no longer there. The crowd had grown thinner. Suzanne, leaning on her sister's arm, advanced toward him. In a few moments, Rose, whom they teased about a certain count, turned upon her heel and left them. Duroy, finding himself alone with Suzanne, said in a caressing voice: "Listen, my dear little one, do you really consider me a friend?"
"Why, yes, Bel Ami."
"You have faith in me?"
"Perfect faith."
"Do you remember what I said to you a while since?"
"About what?"
"About your marriage, or rather the man you would marry."
"Yes."
"Well, will you promise me one thing?"
"Yes, what is it?"
"To consult me when you receive a proposal, and to accept no one without asking my advice."
"Yes, I will gladly."
"And it is to be a secret between us, not a word to your father or mother?"
"Not a word."
Rival approached them, saying: "Mademoiselle, your father wants you in the ballroom." She said:
"Come, Bel Ami."
But he refused, for he had decided to leave at once, wishing to be alone with his thoughts. He went in search of his wife, and found her drinking chocolate at the buffet with 2 strange men. She introduced her husband without naming them. In a short while he asked: Shall we go?"
"Whenever you like."
She took his arm and they passed through the almost deserted rooms. Madeleine asked:
"Where is Mme. Walter? I should like to bid her good bye."
"It is unnecessary. She would try to keep us in the ballroom, and I have had enough."
"You are right."
On the way home they did not speak. But when they had entered their room, Madeleine, without even taking off her veil, said to him with a smile:
"I have a surprise for you."
He growled ill-naturedly: "What is it?"
"Guess."
"I cannot make the effort."
"The day after tomorrow is the 1st of January."
"Yes."
"It is the season for New Year's gifts."
"Yes."
"Here is yours, which Laroche handed me just now."
She gave him a small black box which resembled a jewel casket. He opened it indifferently and saw the cross of the Legion of Honor. He turned a trifle pale, then smiled and said: "I should have preferred 10 millions. That did not cost him much." She had expected a transport of delight and was irritated by his indifference.
"You are incomprehensible. Nothing seems to satisfy you."
He replied calmly: "That man is only paying his debts. He owes me a great deal more." She was astonished at his tone and said:
"It is very nice, however, at your age."
He replied: "I should have much more." He took the casket, placed it on the mantelpiece, and looked for some minutes at the brilliant star within it. Then he closed it with a shrug of his shoulders and began to prepare to retire. L'Officiel of January 1st announced that Monsieur Prosper Georges Duroy had been decorated with the Legion of Honor for exceptional services. The name was written in 2 words, and that afforded Georges more pleasure than the decoration itself. An hour after having read that notice, he received a note from Mme. Walter, inviting him to come and bring his wife to dine with them that evening, to celebrate his distinction. At first he hesitated, then throwing the letter in the fire, he said to Madeleine: "We shall dine at the Walters this evening." In her surprise she exclaimed:
"Why, I thought you would never set your foot in their house again."
His sole reply was: "I have changed my mind." When they arrived at Rue du Faubourg Saint Honoré, they found Mme. Walter alone in the dainty boudoir in which she received her intimate friends. She was dressed in black and her hair was powdered. At a distance she appeared like an old lady, in proximity like a youthful one.
"Are you in mourning?" asked Madeleine.
She replied sadly:
"Yes and no. I have lost none of my relatives, but I have arrived at an age when one should wear somber colors. I wear it today to inaugurate it. Hitherto I have worn it in my heart." The dinner was somewhat tedious. Suzanne alone talked incessantly. Rose seemed preoccupied. The journalist was overwhelmed with congratulations after the meal, when all repaired to the drawing rooms.
Mme. Walter detained him as they were about to enter the salon, saying:
"I will never speak of anything to you again, only come to see me, Georges. It is impossible for me to live without you. I see you, I feel you in my heart all day and all night. It is as if I had drunk a poison which preyed upon me. I cannot bear it. I would rather be as an old woman to you. I powdered my hair for that reason to night. But come here, come from time to time as a friend."
He replied calmly: "Very well, it is unnecessary to speak of it again. You see, I came to day on receipt of your letter." Walter, who had preceded them with his two daughters and Madeleine, awaited Duroy near the picture of Christ walking on the water. "Only think," said he, "I found my wife yesterday kneeling before that painting, as if in a chapel. She was praying." Mme. Walter replied in a firm voice, in a voice in which vibrated a secret exultation:
"That Christ will save my soul. He gives me fresh courage and strength every time that I look at him."
And pausing before the picture, she murmured:
"How beautiful he is! How frightened those men are, and how they love him! Look at his head, his eyes, how simple and supernatural he is at the same time."
Suzanne cried:
"Why, he looks like you, Bel Ami. I am sure he looks like you. The resemblance is striking."
She made him stand beside the painting, and everyone recognized the likeness. Duroy was embarrassed. Walter thought it very singular. Madeleine, with a smile, remarked that Jesus looked more manly. Mme. Walter stood by motionless, staring fixedly at her lover's face, her cheeks as white as her hair. End of chapter 15. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Chapter 16 of Bel Ami, or the History of a Scoundrel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Bel Ami, or the History of a Scoundrel, by Guy de Maupassant. Translator unknown. Chapter 16. Divorce. During the remainder of the winter, the Duroys often visited the Walters. Georges too frequently dined there alone, Madeleine pleading fatigue and preferring to remain at home. He had chosen Friday as his day, and Mme. Walter never invited anyone else on that evening. It belonged to Bel Ami. Often in a dark corner or behind a tree in the conservatory, Mme. Walter embraced the young man and whispered in his ear: "I love you, I love you, I love you desperately." But he always repulsed her coldly, saying: "If you persist in that, I will not come again." Toward the end of March, people talked of the marriage of the two sisters. Rose was to marry, Dame Rumor said, Count de la Tour Ivelin, and Suzanne the Marquis de Cazolles. The subject of Suzanne's possible marriage had not been broached again between her and Georges, until one morning, the latter having been brought home by M. Walter to lunch, he whispered to Suzanne: "Come, let us give the fish some bread." They proceeded to the conservatory, in which was the marble basin containing the fish. As Georges and Suzanne leaned over its edge, they saw their reflections in the water and smiled at them. Suddenly he said in a low voice: "It is not right of you to keep secrets from me, Suzanne." She asked: "What secrets, Bel Ami?" "Do you remember what you promised me here the night of the fete?" "No." "To consult me every time you received a proposal." "Well?" "Well, you have received one." "From whom?" "You know very well." "No, I swear I do not." "Yes, you do. It is from that fop of a Marquis de Cazolles." "He is not a fop." "That may be, but he is stupid. He is no match for you who are so pretty, so fresh, so bright." She asked with a smile: "What have you against him?" "I? Nothing." "Yes, you have. He is not all that you say he is." "He is a fool and an intriguer." She glanced at him. "What ails you?" He spoke as if tearing a secret from the depths of his heart. I am jealous of him." She was astonished. "You?" "Yes, I." "Why?" "Because I love you and you know it." Then she said severely: "You are mad, Bel Ami." He replied: "I know that I am. Should I confess it, I, a married man, to you, a young girl? I am worse than mad, I am culpable, wretched. I have no possible hope, and that thought almost destroys my reason. When I hear that you are going to be married, I feel murder in my heart. You must forgive me, Suzanne." He paused. The young girl murmured half sadly, half gaily: "It is a pity that you are married, but what can you do? It cannot be helped." He turned towards her abruptly and said: "If I were free, would you marry me?" She replied: "Yes, Bel Ami, I would marry you because I love you better than any of the others." He rose and stammering said: "Thanks, thanks. Do not, I implore you, say yes to anyone. Wait a while, promise me." Somewhat confused, and without comprehending what he asked, she whispered: "I promise." Duroy threw a large piece of bread into the water and fled, without saying adieu, as if he were beside himself. Suzanne, in surprise, returned to the salon. When Duroy arrived home, he asked Madeleine, who was writing letters: "Shall you dine at the Walters Friday? I am going." She hesitated. "No, I am not well. I prefer to remain here." "As you like. No one will force you." Then he took up his hat and went out. For some time he had watched and followed her, knowing all her actions. The time he had awaited had come at length. On Friday he dressed early, in order, as he said, to make several calls before going to M. Walter's. At about 6 o'clock, after having kissed his wife, he went in search of a cab. He said to the cabman: "You can stop at number 17 Rue Fontaine, and remain there until I order you to go on. Then you can take me to the restaurant du Coq Faisan, Rue Lafayette." The cab rolled slowly on. Duroy lowered the shades. When in front of his house, he kept watch of it. After waiting 10 minutes, he saw Madeleine come out and go toward the boulevards. When she was out of earshot, he put his head out of the window and cried: "Go on." The cab proceeded on its way and stopped at the Coq Faisan. Georges entered the dining room and ate slowly, looking at his watch from time to time. At 7:30 he left and drove to Rue La Rochefoucauld. He mounted to the 3rd story of a house in that street and asked the maid who opened the door: "Is Monsieur Guibert de Lorme at home?" "Yes, sir." He was shown into the drawing room, and after waiting some time, a tall man with a military bearing and gray hair entered. He was the police commissioner. Duroy bowed, then said: "As I suspected, my wife is with her lover in furnished apartments they have rented on Rue des Martyrs." The magistrate bowed. "I am at your service, sir." "Very well, I have a cab below." And with 3 other officers they proceeded to the house in which Duroy expected to surprise his wife. One officer remained at the door to watch the exit. On the 2nd floor they halted. Duroy rang the bell and they waited. In 2 or 3 minutes, Georges rang again several times in succession. They heard a light step approach, and a woman's voice, evidently disguised, asked: "Who is there?" The police officer replied: "Open in the name of the law." The voice repeated: "Who are you?" "I am the police commissioner. Open, or I will force the door." The voice continued: "What do you want?" Duroy interrupted: "It is I. It is useless to try to escape us." The footsteps receded and then returned. Georges said: "If you do not open, we will force the door." Receiving no reply, he shook the door so violently that the old lock gave way, and the young man almost fell over Madeleine, who was standing in the antechamber in her petticoat, her hair loosened, her feet bare, and a candle in her hand. He exclaimed: "It is she! We have caught them!" and he rushed into the room. The commissioner turned to Madeleine, who had followed them through the rooms, in one of which were the remnants of a supper, and looking into her eyes, said: "You are Madame Claire Madeleine Duroy, lawful wife of Monsieur Prosper Georges Duroy, here present?" She replied: "Yes, sir." "What are you doing here?" She made no reply. The officer repeated his question. Still she did not reply. He waited several moments and then said: "If you do not confess, madame, I shall be forced to inquire into the matter." They could see a man's form concealed beneath the covers of the bed. Duroy advanced softly and uncovered the livid face of Monsieur Laroche Mathieu. The officer again asked: "Who are you?" As the man did not reply, he continued: "I am the police commissioner, and I call upon you to tell me your name. If you do not answer, I shall be forced to arrest you. In any case, rise. I will interrogate you when you are dressed." In the meantime, Madeleine had regained her composure, and seeing that all was lost, she was determined to put a brave face upon the matter. Her eyes sparkled with the audacity of bravado, and taking a piece of paper, she lighted the 10 candles in the candelabra as if for a reception. That done, she leaned against the mantelpiece, took a cigarette out of a case, and began to smoke, seeming not to see her husband. In the meantime, the man in the bed had dressed himself and advanced. The officer turned to him. "Now, sir, will you tell me who you are?" He made no reply. "I see I shall have to arrest you." Then the man cried: "Do not touch me, I am inviolable." Duroy rushed towards him, exclaiming: "I can have you arrested if I want to." Then he added: "This man's name is Laroche Mathieu, Minister of Foreign Affairs." The officer retreated and stammered: "Sir, will you tell me who you are?" "For once that miserable fellow has not lied. I am indeed Laroche Mathieu, Minister." And pointing to Georges's breast, he added: "And that scoundrel wears upon his coat the cross of honor which I gave him." Duroy turned pale. With a rapid gesture, he tore the decoration from his buttonhole, and throwing it in the fire, exclaimed: "That is what a decoration is worth which is given by a scoundrel of your order." The commissioner stepped between them as they stood face to face, saying: "Gentlemen, you forget yourselves and your dignity." Madeleine smoked on calmly, a smile hovering about her lips. The officer continued: "Sir, I have surprised you alone with Madame Duroy under suspicious circumstances. What have you to say?" "Nothing. Do your duty." The commissioner turned to Madeleine. "Do you confess, madame, that this gentleman is your lover?" She replied boldly: "I do not deny it. That is sufficient." The magistrate made several notes. When he had finished writing, the minister, who stood ready, coat upon arm, hat in hand, asked: "Do you need me any longer, sir? Can I go?" Duroy addressed him with an insolent smile. "Why should you go? We have finished. We will leave you alone together." Then taking the officer's arm, he said: "Let us go, sir. We have nothing more to do in this place." An hour later, Georges Duroy entered the office of La Vie Francaise. M. Walter was there. He raised his head and asked: "What, are you here? Why are you not dining at my house? Where have you come from?" Georges replied with emphasis: "I have just found out something about the Minister of Foreign Affairs." "What?" "I found him alone with my wife in hired apartments. The commissioner of police was my witness. The minister is ruined." "Are you not jesting?" "No, I am not. I shall even write an article on it." "What is your object?" "To overthrow that wretch, that public malefactor." Georges placed his hat upon a chair and added: "Woe to those whom I find in my path. I never pardon." The manager stammered: "But your wife?" "I shall apply for a divorce at once." "A divorce?" "Yes, I am master of the situation. I shall be free. I have a stated income. I shall offer myself as a candidate in October in my native district where I am known. I could not win any respect were I to be hampered with a wife whose honor was sullied. She took me for a simpleton, but since I have known her game, I have watched her, and now I shall get on, for I shall be free." Georges rose. "I will write the item. It must be handled prudently." The old man hesitated, then said: "Do so. It serves those right who are caught in such scrapes." End of chapter 16. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Chapter 17 of Bel Ami, or The History of a Scoundrel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Bel Ami, or The History of a Scoundrel, by Guy de Maupassant. Translator unknown. Chapter 17. The Final Plot. 3 months had elapsed. Georges Duroy's divorce had been obtained. His wife had resumed the name of Forestier. As the Walters were going to Trouville on the 15th of July, they decided to spend a day in the country before starting. The day chosen was Thursday, and they set out at 9 o'clock in the morning in a large 6-seated carriage drawn by 4 horses. They were going to lunch at Saint Germain. Bel Ami had requested that he might be the only young man in the party, for he could not bear the presence of the Marquis de Cazolles. At the last moment, however, it was decided that Count de la Tour Ivelin should go, for he and Rose had been betrothed a month. The day was delightful. Georges, who was very pale, gazed at Suzanne as they sat in the carriage, and their eyes met. Mme. Walter was contented and happy. The luncheon was a long and merry one. Before leaving for Paris, Duroy proposed a walk on the terrace. They stopped on the way to admire the view. As they passed on, Georges and Suzanne lingered behind. The former whispered softly: "Suzanne, I love you madly." She whispered in return: "I love you too, Bel Ami." He continued: "If I cannot have you for my wife, I shall leave the country." She replied: "Ask papa, perhaps he will consent." He answered impatiently: "No, I repeat that it is useless. The door of the house would be closed against me. I would lose my position on the journal, and we would not even meet. Those are the consequences a formal proposal would produce. They have promised you to the Marquis de Cazolles. They hope you will finally say yes, and they are waiting."
"What can we do?"
"Have you the courage to brave your father and mother for my sake?"
"Yes."
"Truly?"
"Yes."
"Well, there is only one way. It must come from you and not from me. You are an indulged child. They let you say anything, and are not surprised at any audacity on your part. Listen, then. This evening, on returning home, go to your mother first, and tell her that you want to marry me. She will be very much agitated and very angry." Suzanne interrupted him.
"Oh, mamma would be glad."
He replied quickly: "No, no, you do not know her. She will be more vexed than your father. But you must insist, you must not yield. You must repeat that you will marry me and me alone. Will you do so?"
"I will."
"And on leaving your mother, repeat the same thing to your father very decidedly."
"Well, and then?"
"And then matters will reach a climax. If you are determined to be my wife, my dear, dear little Suzanne, I will elope with you." She clapped her hands, as all the charming adventures in the romances she had read occurred to her, and cried:
"Oh, what bliss! When will you elope with me?"
He whispered very low:
"To night." "Where shall we go?"
"That is my secret. Think well of what you are doing. Remember that after that flight you must become my wife. It is the only means, but it is dangerous, very dangerous for you."
"I have decided. Where shall I meet you?"
"Meet me about midnight in the Place de la Concorde."
"I will be there."
He clasped her hand.
"Oh, how I love you! How brave and good you are! Then you do not want to marry Marquis de Cazolles?" "Oh, no."
Mme. Walter, turning her head, called out:
"Come, little one, what are you and Bel Ami doing?"
They rejoined the others and returned by way of Chatou. When the carriage arrived at the door of the mansion, Mme. Walter pressed Georges to dine with them, but he refused, and returned home to look over his papers and destroy any compromising letters. Then he repaired in a cab with feverish haste to the place of meeting. He waited there some time, and thinking his lady love had played him false, he was about to drive off, when a gentle voice whispered at the door of his cab:
"Are you there, Bel Ami?"
"Is it you, Suzanne?"
"Yes."
"Ah, get in." She entered the cab, and he bade the cabman drive on. He asked: "Well, how did it all pass off?" She murmured faintly:
"Oh, it was terrible, with mamma especially."
"Your mamma, what did she say? Tell me."
"Oh, it was frightful. I entered her room and made the little speech I had prepared. She turned pale and cried: 'Never!' I wept, I protested that I would marry only you. She was like a madwoman. She vowed I should be sent to a convent. I never saw her like that, never. Papa, hearing her agitated words, entered. He was not as angry as she was, but he said you were not a suitable match for me. As they had vexed me, I talked louder than they, and papa with a dramatic air bade me leave the room. That decided me to fly with you, and here I am. Where shall we go?" He replied, encircling her waist with his arm: "It is too late to take the train. This cab will take us to Sevres, where we can spend the night, and to morrow we will leave for La Roche Guyon. It is a pretty village on the banks of the Seine, between Mantes and Bonnieres." The cab rolled on. Georges took the young girl's hand and kissed it respectfully. He did not know what to say to her, being unaccustomed to platonic affection. Suddenly he perceived that she was weeping. He asked in affright: "What ails you, my dear little one?" She replied tearfully: "I was thinking that poor mamma could not sleep if she had found out that I was gone." Her mother indeed was not asleep. When Suzanne left the room, Mme. Walter turned to her husband and asked in despair: "What does that mean?" "It means that that intriguer has influenced her. It is he who has made her refuse Cazolles. You have flattered and cajoled him too. It was Bel Ami here, Bel Ami there, from morning until night. Now you are paid for it." "I?" "Yes, you. You are as much infatuated with him as Madeleine, Suzanne, and the rest of them. Do you think that I did not see that you could not exist for 2 days without him?" She rose tragically. "I will not allow you to speak to me thus. You forget that I was not brought up like you in a shop." With an oath he left the room, banging the door behind him. When he was gone, she thought over all that had taken place. Suzanne was in love with Bel Ami, and Bel Ami wanted to marry Suzanne. No, it was not true. She was mistaken. He would not be capable of such an action. He knew nothing of Suzanne's escapade. They would take Suzanne away for 6 months, and that would end it. She rose, saying: "I cannot rest in this uncertainty. I shall lose my reason. I will arouse Suzanne and question her." She proceeded to her daughter's room. She entered. It was empty. The bed had not been slept in. A horrible suspicion possessed her, and she flew to her husband. He was in bed reading. She gasped: "Have you seen Suzanne?" "No, why?" "She is gone. She is not in her room." With one bound he was out of bed. He rushed to his daughter's room. Not finding her there, he sank into a chair. His wife had followed him. "Well?" she asked. He had not the strength to reply. He was no longer angry. He groaned: "He has her. We are lost." "Lost? How?" "Why, he must marry her now." She cried wildly: "Marry her? Never! Are you mad?" He replied sadly: "It will do no good to yell. He has disgraced her. The best thing to be done is to give her to him, and at once too. Then no one will know of this escapade."
She repeated in great agitation:
"Never, he shall never have Suzanne."
Overcome, Walter murmured: "But he has her, and he will keep her as long as we do not yield. Therefore, to avoid a scandal, we must do so at once." But his wife replied:
"No, no, I will never consent."
Impatiently he returned: "It is a matter of necessity. Ah, the scoundrel! How he has deceived us! But he is shrewd at any rate. She might have done better as far as position, but not intelligence and future is concerned. He is a promising young man. He will be a deputy or a minister some day." Mme. Walter, however, repeated wildly:
"I will never let him marry Suzanne. Do you hear? Never."
In his turn he became incensed, and like a practical man, defended Bel-Ami. "Be silent. I tell you he must marry her, and who knows, perhaps we shall not regret it. With men of his stamp, one never knows what may come about. You saw how he downed Laroche Mathieu in 3 articles, and that with a dignity which was very difficult to maintain in his position as husband. So we shall see." Mme. Walter felt a desire to cry aloud and tear her hair. But she only repeated angrily:
"He shall not have her."
Walter rose, took up his lamp, and said: "You are silly, like all women. You only act on impulse. You do not know how to accommodate yourself to circumstances. You are stupid. I tell you he shall marry her. It is essential." And he left the room. Mme. Walter remained alone with her suffering, her despair. If only a priest were at hand! She would cast herself at his feet and confess all her errors and her agony. He would prevent the marriage. Where could she find a priest? Where should she turn? Before her eyes floated, like a vision, the calm face of Christ walking on the water, as she had seen it in the painting. He seemed to say to her: "Come unto me, kneel at my feet. I will comfort and instruct you as to what to do." She took the lamp and sought the conservatory. She opened the door leading into the room which held the enormous canvas, and fell upon her knees before it. At first she prayed fervently, but as she raised her eyes and saw the resemblance to Bel-Ami, she murmured: "Jesus, Jesus, Jesus," while her thoughts were with her daughter and her lover. She uttered a wild cry as she pictured them together, alone, and fell into a swoon. When day broke, they found Mme. Walter still lying unconscious before the painting. She was so ill after that her life was almost despaired of. M. Walter explained his daughter's absence to the servants by saying to them that she had been sent to a convent for a short time. Then he replied to a long letter from Duroy, giving his consent to the marriage with his daughter. Bel-Ami had posted that epistle when he left Paris, having prepared it the night of his departure. In it he said in respectful terms that he had loved the young girl a long time, that there had never been any understanding between them, but that as she came to him to say, "I will be your wife," he felt authorized in keeping her, in hiding her in fact, until he had obtained a reply from her parents, whose wishes were to him of more value than those of his betrothed. Georges and Suzanne spent a week at La Roche-Guyon. Never had the young girl enjoyed herself so thoroughly. As she passed for his sister, they lived in a chaste and free intimacy, a kind of living companionship. He thought it wiser to treat her with respect, and when he said to her, "We will return to Paris to morrow. Your father has bestowed your hand upon me," she whispered naively. "Already? This is just as pleasant as being your wife." End of chapter 17. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Chapter 18 of Bel Ami, or the History of a Scoundrel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Bel Ami, or the History of a Scoundrel, by Guy de Maupassant. Translator unknown. Chapter 18. Attainment. It was dark in the apartments in the Rue de Constantinople when Georges Duroy and Clotilde de Marelle, having met at the door, entered them. Without giving him time to raise the shades, the latter said: "So you are going to marry Suzanne Walter?" He replied in the affirmative, adding gently: "Did you not know it?" She answered angrily: "So you are going to marry Suzanne Walter? For 3 months you have deceived me. Everyone knew of it but me. My husband told me. Since you left your wife, you have been preparing for that stroke, and you made use of me in the interim. What a rascal you are!" He asked: "How do you make that out? I had a wife who deceived me. I surprised her, obtained a divorce, and am now going to marry another. What is more simple than that?" She murmured: "What a villain!" He said with dignity: "I beg of you to be more careful as to what you say." She rebelled at such words from him. "What? Would you like me to handle you with gloves? You have conducted yourself like a rascal ever since I have known you, and now you do not want me to speak of it. You deceive everyone. You gather pleasure and money everywhere, and you want me to treat you as an honest man." He rose, his lips twitched. "Be silent, or I will make you leave these rooms." She cried: "Leave here? You will make me? You? You forget that it is I who have paid for these apartments from the very first, and you threaten to put me out of them. Be silent, good for nothing! Do you think I do not know how you stole a portion of Vaudrec's bequest from Madeleine? Do you think I do not know about Suzanne?" He seized her by her shoulders and shook her. "Do not speak of that, I forbid you."
I know you have ruined her."
He would have taken anything else, but that lie exasperated him. He repeated, "Be silent, take care." And he shook her as he would have shaken the bough of a tree. Still she continued,
"You were her ruin, I know it."
He rushed upon her and struck her as if she had been a man. Suddenly she ceased speaking and groaned beneath his blows. Finally he desisted, paced the room several times in order to regain his self-possession, entered the bedroom, filled the basin with cold water and bathed his head. Then he washed his hands and returned to see what Clotilde was doing. She had not moved. She lay upon the floor weeping softly. He asked harshly, "Will you soon have done crying?" She did not reply. He stood in the center of the room, somewhat embarrassed, somewhat ashamed, as he saw the form lying before him. Suddenly he seized his hat. "Good evening. You can leave the key with the janitor when you are ready. I will not await your pleasure." He left the room, closed the door, sought the porter, and said to him: "Madame is resting. She will go out soon. You can tell the proprietor that I have given notice for the 1st of October." His marriage was fixed for the 20th. It was to take place at the Madeleine. There had been a great deal of gossip about the entire affair, and many different reports were circulated. Mme. Walter had aged greatly. Her hair was gray, and she sought solace in religion. In the early part of September, La Vie Francaise announced that Baron du Roy de Cantel had become its chief editor, M. Walter reserving the title of manager. To that announcement were subjoined the names of the staff of art and theatrical critics, political reporters, and so forth. Journalists no longer sneered in speaking of La Vie Francaise. Its success had been rapid and complete. The marriage of its chief editor was what was called a Parisian event, Georges Duroy and the Walters having occasioned much comment for some time. The ceremony took place on a clear autumn day. At 10 o'clock, the curious began to assemble. At 11 o'clock, detachments of officers came to disperse the crowd. Soon after, the first guests arrived. They were followed by others, women in rich costumes, men grave and dignified. The church slowly began to fill. Norbert de Varenne espied Jacques Rival and joined him. "Well," said he, "sharpers always succeed." His companion, who was not envious, replied: "So much the better for him. His fortune is made." Rival asked: "Do you know what has become of his wife?" The poet smiled. "Yes and no. She lives a very retired life, I have been told, in the Montmartre quarter. But there is a but. For some time I have read political articles in La Plume which resemble those of Forestier and Duroy. They are supposed to be written by a Jean le Dul, a young, intelligent, handsome man, something like our friend Georges, who has become acquainted with Madame Forestier. From that I have concluded that she likes beginners, and that they like her. She is, moreover, rich. Vaudrec and Laroche Mathieu were not attentive to her for nothing. Rival asked, "Tell me, is it true that Madame Walter and Duroy do not speak?" "Yes, she did not wish to give him her daughter's hand, but he threatened the old man with shocking revelations. Walter remembered Laroche Mathieu's fate and yielded at once, but his wife, obstinate like all women, vowed that she would never address a word to her son-in-law. It is comical to see them together. She looks like the statue of vengeance, and he is very uncomfortable, although he tries to appear at his ease." Suddenly the beadle struck the floor 3 times with his staff. All the people turned to see what was coming, and the young bride appeared in the doorway, leaning upon her father's arm. She looked like a beautiful doll, crowned with a wreath of orange blossoms. She advanced with bowed head. The ladies smiled and murmured as she passed them. The men whispered, "Exquisite, adorable." Monsieur Walter walked by her side with exaggerated dignity. Behind them came 4 maids of honor, dressed in pink, and forming a charming court for so dainty a queen. Madame Walter followed on the arm of Count de la Tour Ivelin's aged father. She did not walk, she dragged herself along, ready to faint at every step. She had aged and grown thinner. Next came Georges Duroy with an old lady, a stranger. He held his head proudly erect and wore upon his coat, like a drop of blood, the red ribbon of the Legion of Honor. He was followed by the relatives, Rose, who had been married 6 weeks, with a senator, Count de la Tour Ivelin with Viscountess de Percemur. Following them was a motley procession of associates and friends of Duroy, country cousins of Madame Walter's, and guests invited by her husband. The tones of the organ filled the church. The large doors at the entrance were closed, and Georges kneeled beside his bride in the choir. The new bishop of Tangiers, cross in hand, mitre on head, entered from the sacristy, to unite them in the name of the Almighty. He asked the usual questions, rings were exchanged, words pronounced which bound them forever, and then he delivered an address to the newly married couple. The sound of stifled sobs caused several to turn their heads. Madame Walter was weeping, her face buried in her hands. She had been obliged to yield, but since the day on which she had told Duroy, "You are the vilest man I know. Never speak to me again, for I will not answer you," she had suffered intolerable anguish. She hated Suzanne bitterly. Her hatred was caused by unnatural jealousy.
The bishop was marrying a daughter to her mother's lover, before her and 2,000 persons, and she could say nothing. She could not stop him. She could not cry, "He is mine, that man is my lover. That union you are blessing is infamous." Several ladies, touched by her apparent grief, murmured, "How affected that poor mother is!" The bishop said, "You are among the favored ones of the earth. You, sir, who are raised above others by your talent, you who write, instruct, counsel, guide the people, have a grand mission to fulfill, a fine example to set." Duroy listened to him proudly. A prelate of the Roman Church spoke thus to him. A number of illustrious people had come thither on his account. It seemed to him that an invisible power was impelling him on. He would become one of the masters of the country, he the son of the poor peasants of Canteleu. He had given his parents 5,000 francs of Count de Vaudrec's fortune, and he intended sending them 50,000 more. Then they could buy a small estate and live happily. The bishop had finished his harangue. A priest ascended the altar, and the organ pealed forth. Suddenly the vibrating tones melted into delicate, melodious ones, like the songs of birds. Then again they swelled into deep, full tones, and human voices chanted over their bowed heads. Vauri and Landec of the opera were singing. Bel-Ami, kneeling beside Suzanne, bowed his head. At that moment he felt almost pious, for he was filled with gratitude for the blessings showered upon him. Without knowing just whom he was addressing, he offered up thanks for his success. When the ceremony was over, he rose, and giving his arm to his wife, they passed into the sacristy. A stream of people entered. Georges fancied himself a king whom the people were coming to greet. He shook hands, uttered words which signified nothing, and replied to congratulations with the words, "You are very kind." Suddenly he saw Mme. de Marelle, and the recollection of all the kisses he had given her and which she had returned, of all their caresses, of the sound of her voice, possessed him with the mad desire to regain her. She was so pretty, with her bright eyes and roguish air. She advanced somewhat timidly and offered him her hand. He took, retained, and pressed it as if to say, "I shall love you always. I am yours." Their eyes met, smiling, bright, full of love. She murmured in her soft tones, "Until we meet again, sir." And he gaily repeated her words. Others approached, and she passed on. Finally the throng dispersed. Georges placed Suzanne's hand upon his arm to pass through the church with her. It was filled with people, for all had resumed their seats in order to see them leave the sacred edifice together. He walked along slowly,
with a firm step, his head erect. He saw no one. He only thought of himself. When they reached the threshold, he saw a crowd gathered outside, come to gaze at him, Georges du Roy. The people of Paris envied him. Raising his eyes, he saw beyond the Place de la Concorde the Chamber of Deputies, and it seemed to him that it was only a stone's throw from the portico of the Madeleine to that of the Palais Bourbon. Leisurely they descended the steps between two rows of spectators, but Georges did not see them. His thoughts had returned to the past, and before his eyes, dazzled by the bright sunlight, floated the image of Madame de Marelle, rearranging the curly locks upon her temples before the mirror in their apartments. End of chapter 18. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. End of Bel Ami, or the History of a Scoundrel, by Guy de Maupassant. Translator unknown.